our roads, our highways, our bridges, focusing on making infrastructure resilient to the impacts of climate change and natural disasters. It has become particularly clear over the course of this last year that access to affordable, reliable broadband is absolutely critical for Americans to be able to do their jobs and to participate equally in remote learning, to access health care, to stay connected. This Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act provides $65 billion to expand broadband coverage to areas most in need across the United States, and it also takes steps to make sure that that coverage is more affordable for individuals for whom those costs might be prohibitive. The bill makes critical investments in our drinking water infrastructure, ensuring that clean, safe drinking water is a right in all communities. Lastly, I would be remiss, Madam Speaker, if I didn't mention that there are several priorities that I've been working on with many of my colleagues from the Western United States that are part of this bill. The Joint Chiefs Landscape Restoration Partnership Program, my bill to help restore our forests and respond to wildfire risks, the reauthorization of the Rural Schools Program, and of course, the Disaster Safe Power Grid Act, which ensures a safer and more resilient power grid in the face of emergencies. The Senate has already passed this bill and shown their desire to invest in our infrastructure, and the House must now do the same. These three underlying bills, Madam Speaker, that we are considering today make essential investments in American families and communities, and we have to meet this moment for the American people. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the representative from Colorado for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I will just say it has been a long and bumpy road to get here, so I'm happy to finally be here on the floor with the rule. And I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, House Resolution 601 provides for the consideration of two controversial partisan bills and deems the $3.5 trillion reconciliation resolution adopted that strip away local control and add trillions to the national debt. The bill deemed adopted under this rule is S-Con Resolution 14, the $3.5 trillion tax and spending bids that passed the Senate earlier this month. Madam Speaker, prices are at a 13-year high and inflation is rising. President Biden has already spent $1.9 trillion and is now looking to spend an additional $3.5 trillion, all while his administration pays Americans not to work and stifles our robust economy. Not only does this budget call for the highest sustained federal spending level in American history, but it also amounts to a whopping $68 trillion over the next decade. It raises taxes on the American people, ships jobs overseas, and taxes American employers at one of the highest rates in the world. It eliminates right-to-work protection and does nothing to address the historic flow of illegal immigration at the southern border. Democrats know their proposals are unpopular. They can't even get their own conference to agree. Instead, they're resorting to smoke and mirrors to push it through and hoping the American people aren't paying attention. Where is the transparency? If Democrats truly want to serve and help the American people, they need far more transparency and input from everyone, not just a few. This is no way to build a budget. Madam Speaker, then there is H.R. 4. Which would make changes to the Voting Rights Act and strip state and local governments of their ability to manage their own elections. The Constitution places the responsibility for elections at the state level, and we have a long history of letting each state run their own elections. But H.R. 4 grants the federal government unprecedented control over state and local elections. It empowers the Attorney General to bully states and forces those states to seek federal approval before making changes to their own voting laws. H.R. 4 also provides incentives for advocacy groups to file as many objections as possible to manufactured litigation in the hope of triggering coverage under the Voters' Rights Act. We need safeguards that make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. H.R. 4 is not the solution. And finally, Madam Speaker, the final bill in this resolution is the Senate amendment to H.R. 3684, which provides for $1.2 trillion in new infrastructure spending. I hate to say it, Madam Speaker, but my Democrat colleagues are using the bipartisan infrastructure framework to force their members to also push through trillions more in their outlandish spending resolution. Our constituents are tired of Washington playing games with their livelihoods. To be sure, investing in our nation's infrastructure is critical. However, only a fraction of this $1 trillion plus bill is for roads, bridges, and other projects the American people would consider traditional infrastructure. With tens of billions for electric vehicle plug-ins, Amtrak, and light rail, if you live in a deep blue city, this bill is for you. But if you're one of the millions of Americans in a more rural area, this bill leaves you behind. Madam Speaker, our country's infrastructure should not be tied to the Democrats' partisan spending spree, especially during a pandemic. But here we are. Until Democrats stop playing games and work with their colleagues on a truly bipartisan compromise, I urge my colleagues to oppose this rule and the underlying bills. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to yield in a moment, but I just must say, with great respect for my colleague from Minnesota, I think that the Republican minority leader in the United States Senate, Mitch McConnell, would disagree with the gentlewoman's characterization of the bipartisan infrastructure bill being for, I think she said, urban cities or blue cities. 19 Republicans voted for that bill in the United States Senate, 19, including the Senate minority leader. So I think that it's important for us to recognize that the investments made in that bill, as well as the investments made in the resolution, the Build Back Better plan that we're also considering over the coming weeks, are incredibly important for the future of our country. And to that end, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, a distinguished member of both the Rules Committee and Judiciary Committee, Ms. Ross.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The rule before us provides for consideration of 3 landmark pieces of legislation. First and foremost, we're here to assure and assume our duty to protect our American democracy. Just this year alone, 18 states have enacted 30 voter suppression laws. In response, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act will reinvigorate Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, restore geographic preclearance requirements eliminated in the Shelby decision, and take other steps to block discriminatory voting measures before they are implemented. The history of the fight for voting rights in America is long and painful. But it is at crucial forks and different times, members of this body from both parties have set politics aside and done the right thing. We are meeting here today at another pivotal juncture in the struggle for voting rights. And it's up to us to meet the urgency of the moment, live up to our constitutional responsibilities, and pass this critical legislation. Madam Speaker, I also rise in support of our $3.5 trillion Build Back Better budget resolution. By taking real action on climate change, expanding the child tax credit, and supporting universal pre-K and free community college, this budget represents an investment in all of our people, especially our children and grandchildren. For the sake of our constituents and our country, let's approve this vital funding. Lastly, Madam Speaker, the rule before us provides for future consideration of the Senate's bipartisan infrastructure package, from expanding broadband to rebuilding roads, bridges, airports, rail, and water systems. This historic bill will help bring America's aging infrastructure into the 21st century and create jobs. I urge my colleagues to support the rule and this legislation. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the ranking member of the Budget Committee, the gentleman from Missouri.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the gentlelady from Minnesota for yielding. The last 24 hours we need to just step back and look at it. And I need to remind my members and remind the folks across the aisle that what we've just witnessed is a circus. And also remind them that this is the people's house. This is not Pelosi's palace. This is the people's house. The middle of July, we were supposed to mark up a budget in the House Budget Committee, but the Democrats did not have the votes.
The gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before the August recess, we were supposed to pass the House budget. The Democrats did not have the votes. Yesterday, up until about 1 a.m. this morning, in fact, we were going to pass the House budget, but the Democrats did not have the vote. So now they have a scheme before us, a scheme that they're putting the Bernie's budget with the transportation bill, which is not even going to be voted on today, not even going to be voted on this week, not even going to be voted on this month, along with a voting rights bill, because they can't pass Bernie's budget. You know why they can't pass Bernie's budget is because the American people are fed up with the Democrats' reckless spending. Right now, we are facing the Biden inflation crisis. We are facing the Biden border crisis. We are facing the Biden energy crisis. And we are facing the Biden Afghanistan crisis. Yet, they bring forth a budget resolution that only makes those crises worse. $68 trillion in new spending, the most spending in the history of this country. $17 trillion of debt, the largest increase of debt. In fact, more debt than the entire economies of every country in the world except for the United States. Bernie Sanders may have lost the presidential primary, but his policies have won. Bernie Sanders controls this chamber along with the liberal squad. But the American people are watching, and they are fed up, and they are letting the American people know whenever this chamber changes and we actually bring order back to the House of Representatives. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting. I don't remember the ranking member complaining about the deficit 3 years ago when they passed tax cuts for billionaires across our country to the tune of $2 trillion in terms of adding it to the deficit. I don't remember them complaining about process when they had to do 3 rules within a time period of 6 weeks to try to repeal the Affordable Care Act back in 2017. I heard much today by way of process, but very little in terms of substance. Why? Because they know that the plan we have put forward today will lower costs, will cut taxes, and will create jobs. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the distinguished Speaker of this House, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his distinguished role on the Rules Committee. Now let us praise the Rules Committee for the important work that they do, making sure that legislation comes to the floor in a way that is consistent with the rules of the House, and in this case, a budget that is consistent with the values of our country. Thank you, and thank you to the Chairman Jim McGovern, for his leadership as well, and to each and every member of the Rules Committee. We have to salute them on both sides of the aisle for the time they put in and how they facilitate the work of the House. Madam Speaker, today is a great day of pride for our country and for Democrats. We have a president with a big, bold vision for our country, an unprecedented opportunity to keep our promises for the people. We promised for the people that we would lower health care costs by lowering the cost of prescription drugs. We would increase paychecks by building the infrastructure of America, and we would have cleaner government by passing legislation for the vote. This rule does all three of those things and much more, enabling the Congress to vote on some of that legislation today, some of it in the bill, and some of it for later. When the President spoke about the infrastructure bill, which is provided for in this rule, he said to our Republican friends, I want to find our common ground on infrastructure, but I will not confine my vision to what is in the bill that we can do in a bipartisan way unless you want to help us build back better. I like to say build back better for women, because that is what this budget will do, that is in this rule. So I salute the President, not only for his vision and his determination to get the job done, but for the priorities that will be contained here in this budget as we go forward. The Build Back Budget agenda is one that is liberating for families, not just women, moms and dads, with child care, with a child tax credit, with universal pre-K, with home health care, with workforce development, so that not only are we building the physical infrastructure of America, we are building the human infrastructure of America to enable many more people to participate in the success of our economy and the growth of our society. It does so with equity, 40% justice provision that will be in there. Now, it remains for us to work together, work with the Senate to write a bill that preserves the privilege of 51 votes in the Senate. So we must work together to do that in a way that passes the House and passes the Senate, and we must do so expeditiously. On October 1st, the authorizations for highway, et cetera, will expire September 30th. And by October 1st, we will hope to have in place, that is the plan, to have in place the legislation for infrastructure. That is bipartisan, and I salute that, but it is not inclusive of all of the values we need to build back at a time when we have a climate crisis. And so I salute our distinguished chair of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, Mr. DeFazio, for the knowledge that he brings, the value system and the knowledge that he brings to looking at how we do a reconciliation bill, a Build Back Better bill, in a way that is preserving of our planet for the children, Exciting in all of this is the fact that we will have the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. This is pretty exciting, and I commend you, Madam Speaker, for your leadership in making this possible, for you to be the author of it. When you are the author, though, you will no longer be able to preside. You have to come down and manage us on the floor. So it's appropriate that during the rule that will enable this to come to the floor, you are presiding so we can all congratulate you in a highly visible way. This legislation is so important. I was very much a part of passing the previous bill that was of 07. We wrote it in 06. It became effective in 07 when President Bush was president, and we had Republican majorities, House and Senate, and we passed the legislation overwhelmingly, over nearly 400 votes in the House, unanimous in the Senate, signed by President Bush, as bipartisan as anything that has come to the floor. We walked down the steps of the Capitol in bipartisan way, saluting the fact that we had extended the Voting Rights Act, and President Bush signed it. And with great pride, he came to your neck of the woods, to Selma, on the 50th anniversary of the voting of Selma March, but he came as the person who had signed the Voting Rights Act. And even more important than that, Laura Bush came too, so their hearts are in this legislation. I would hope that it would be some level of bipartisanship on that as well. We'll talk more about that as we go into the debate on that bill in a little while. But I do again want to thank Congresswoman DeLauro for her relentless, persistent, dissatisfied until now, I hope, satisfied to a certain extent, more to come, of the child tax credit. For 10 Congresses, she has introduced that bill, and now it is being advanced. And Mr. Yarmuth, the chair of our Budget Committee, will lead us now as we prepare in our individual committees our work for the Budget Committee to put together a package. Madam Speaker, as you know, a budget should be a statement, a national budget should be a statement of our national values. What is important to us as a nation should be reflected in our budget, and this will be the case. And under the leadership of Mr. Yarmuth, who's not only values-based but eloquent in conveying that message, we are very excited about how we go forward. Again, I mentioned Peter DeFazio. In terms of the budget bill, the Voting Rights Act, your leadership, very distinguished, the chair of the committee, Mr. Nadler, the chair of the Zoe Lofgren for her work on House Administration Committee, Mr. Butterfield, so many people, and our distinguished whip, Mr. Clyburn, who's made this his life work. Passing this rule paves the way for Building Back Better, the Building Back Better plan, which will forge legislative progress unseen in 50 years that will stand for generations alongside the New Deal and the Great Society. This legislation will be the biggest and perhaps most controversial initiatives that any of us have ever undertaken in our official lives. Everything we do is about the children. As you've heard me say, when people ask me, what are the 3 most important issues facing the Congress, I always say the same thing. Our children, our children, our children. Their health, their education, the economic security of their families, a safe environment in which they can thrive, and a world at peace in which they can reach their fulfillment. When children come here to the Capitol, it's such an invigoration for us and an inspiration to us to see them because we are here for them. And as I say to them, as you see the statues and the monuments to those who went before, it is appropriate that we honor them. But they want us to honor you, the future of our country, to make it better for the children. Again, any delay in passing the rule threatens the Build Back Better plan, as well as voting rights reform, as well as the bipartisan infrastructure bill. We cannot surrender our leverage for the children. For the first time, I don't remember a time as historic as this for the children. President Biden has given children leverage in his visionary proposal. The children have the leverage, not those at the high end who benefited from the Republican tax bill. And I wouldn't have even brought it up, except you're acting as if you don't even know when you added $2 trillion or more to the budget to give 83% of the benefits to the wealthiest people in our country. Leverage for the rich? No. We don't begrudge them their success. But this is about leverage for the children, for them, for their families, for the future. And guess what? It would be our attempt to pay for this bill so it is not a burden to those children as we go forward. And that means that some of the people that benefited from that tax bill, that tax scam in 2017, are now going to have to pay their fair share, pay their fair share, and that we may have to address other ways to pay for the legislation by putting the responsibility on the high end, both whether it's corporate or individual, so that we can, again, make progress for the children without burdening them with the debt, that some of which they got in 2017. So it's a pretty exciting day. I congratulate all in the Rules Committee for going in time and again as we sought clarification on how we go forward. I thank Mr. McGovern, Mr. Neguse, and so many other members of that committee. I thank all of our colleagues for their involvement in all of this, and I would hope that as we could proceed, we could do so in the most transparent, bipartisan, and fair way for the children. With that, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for additional consideration of H.R. 5071, authored by Representative Gallagher. And Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Madam Speaker, President Biden's failure to lead has resulted in a national security and humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan that we cannot ignore. Now the Taliban is back and the United States is left less safe. The President has offered no specific plan for getting those Americans out of Afghanistan safely. And Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the representative from Wisconsin, 8th Congressional District.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge defeat of the previous question so that we can consider my bill 5071 to ensure no Americans are left behind in Afghanistan. Over the past week, we've all seen the horrifying images coming out of Kabul. Babies being passed over barbed wire, 2-year-olds trampled to death, bodies falling from C-17s. These pictures are now forever painted onto American history, and they don't depict the orderly withdrawal that the president promised. These are instead portraits of chaos, of tragedy, and dishonor. And yet the administration assures us they planned for every contingency. Was the plan for America to give billions of dollars worth of U.S. military equipment to the Taliban? Was the plan to put terrorists effectively in charge of security around the Kabul airport? Was the plan to leave over 10,000 American citizens stranded behind enemy lines? Madam Speaker, if this was the plan, a plan to surrender so incompetently and on such ignominious terms, then our country can't withstand any more of this administration's plans. It's time for this body, this Congress, to act to hold the administration accountable and save lives. This bill would do that by requiring daily reporting to Congress on the number of Americans left in the country and the number of Afghan allies that are seeking refuge. The bill also critically prohibits the president from withdrawing our forces until all Americans who want out are safely out of the country. Right now, it seems, the president is doubling down on this August 31st withdrawal date, despite strong bipartisan opposition and pushback. Make no mistake, if we get out on August 31st, we are going to condemn thousands to death. I don't care what secret side deal was struck with the Taliban. This is America. We don't leave anybody behind. A great country such as ours takes care of our citizens and our allies. Our enemies are mocking our surrender right now. We've all seen the images. The Taliban, for example, just mocked the iconic image of Marines raising the flag over Iwo Jima. It may be too late to save face because of this debacle, but it is not too late to save lives. This isn't a news cycle that will blow over. This isn't a narrative that you can spin. We are talking about American lives. And we're talking about America's honor. Let's act now before this crisis, and with it, America's standing in the world deteriorates even further. With that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just say I certainly understand where my colleague is coming from and have great reverence and respect for him and for his service to our country. defeating the PQ, and certainly look forward to continuing to work with him on the important issues that he described. But defeating the PQ would hand over the floor to the Republican conference. And as you know, Madam Speaker, we have incredibly important pieces of legislation that we're considering, specifically the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Budget and the President's Build Back Better plan today. And so I look forward to voting for the rule and would encourage all members in the House to vote for the rule, to vote for the previous question so that we can proceed with the business of the House. And with that, I'll yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in enthusiastic support of this rule and underlying legislation. H.R. 4, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, is essential to ensuring that every American voter has equal access to the ballot box and the freedom to make his or her voice heard. Ever since the Supreme Court's decision in Shelby versus Holder opened the door, we've seen state legislatures pass hundreds of laws to restrict voter access while claiming falsely to protect our elections from voter fraud that doesn't even exist. Now, the unjustified attacks on the 2020 election results by the former president and his supporters have produced a wave of anti-democratic bills. But it doesn't have to be this way. In Shelby, the Supreme Court invited Congress to amend the Voting Rights Act to address its concerns. For 8 years, our Republican colleagues refused the court's invitation to reinvigorate the Voting Rights Act, while extremist politicians worked overtime to close polling locations, limit voting hours, purge voter rolls, and erect barriers to the ballot box. We can't continue down this path if we want America to remain a functional democracy. Congress needs to do its job. I urge all of my colleagues and all Americans to support this bill. I'd also like to speak briefly about the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill and the Build Back Better Act, which today's vote will move forward. Together, they are the key to helping Americans and American businesses succeed in the 21st century. Our country is facing multiple interconnected crises: the COVID pandemic, a deeply unequal economy, long-neglected infrastructure needs, underfunded public services that often fail to serve those most in need, and climate disasters that are impacting our communities more often. The Build Back Better agenda is simple: make major investments in physical infrastructure and working families to create a fairer, more productive, and sustainable economy. We need the bipartisan infrastructure deal to enable America to compete in the 21st century, but we also need the Build Back Better Act to create jobs and lower costs for working
time
families.
has expired.
These bills have the power to improve the lives of millions of Americans. I urge all of my colleagues to support the rule.
The gentleman reserves time. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's be bipartisanly honest here for a moment. We just walked out of probably the most bipartisan moment in the last couple years, a classified briefing with the Joint Chief and Secretary of State and others. There are things that real world need to be done where Americans are at risk. They're cut off, they're stranded, they're now in the situation where they are the hostages of the Afghanistan because of everything that's been allowed to transpire under President Biden. And in this body, we're going to walk out of that classified briefing concerned behind closed doors, but do nothing. Do absolutely nothing on the floor of the House. I'm going to say the same thing I just said a few minutes ago. What the hell are we doing? Let's say that again. There are Americans cut off that need our help. Special immigrant visa applicants cut off that need our help right now, that will be killed. We heard the descriptions in the briefing we just got out of the dangers. Defeat the previous question. Bring up the only thing that this body will do in this entire week that has anything to do with what's going on in Afghanistan. This is the only opportunity, the only thing that's going on related to Afghanistan in this body. That's unconscionable. How in the world is that the case? Every time somebody tries to do something different in here, like take the ability of states to determine their own voting rights or other things, everybody needs to say, stop. What the hell are you doing? Get focused back on Afghanistan and saving Americans. I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, the distinguished chairman of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Mr. Pallone.
Recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this budget resolution allows us to implement President Biden's Build Back Better agenda to revitalize our economy by creating millions of good-paying jobs, and it allows us to aggressively combat the climate crisis. The Energy and Commerce Committee, with this budget resolution, our goal is to make health care more affordable and accessible for all Americans. We can help accomplish that by closing the Medicaid coverage gap to provide quality, comprehensive coverage to an estimated 4 million Americans who qualify for Medicaid but have been denied access to care in their state. We'll also continue subsidies under the Affordable Care Act to reduce health insurance costs. And the Energy and Commerce Committee plans to lower the price of out-of-control and skyrocketing prescription drug prices by giving the federal government the ability to negotiate lower prices, and will use the savings to expand Medicare benefits. Our plan is to provide investments in our public health infrastructure to help us respond to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and better respond to future public health emergencies. The Build Back Better agenda will allow us to create millions of new homegrown jobs and combat the climate crisis by aggressively investing in clean energy and clean technology. And the moment is here to invest in a more advanced and resilient economy and towards a 100% clean economy. So, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this budget resolution that allows us to carry out President Biden's bold vision and deliver on the Build Back Better agenda for the people. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the Minority Leader, the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding time. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition of today's rule. Madam Speaker, before I came here, I was listening to the debate. I listened to Congressman Gallagher, a veteran, come to the floor and talk about an idea that he has. An idea that here we are, Afghanistan collapsing, and thousands of Americans in Afghanistan trying to get out. Here we are called back for a special session. All his previous question would say is that we'd have to have a report every day on those Americans. That we wouldn't pick a timeline until the mission is finished, the people would be able to be brought back. As I listened to his passion speech, I waited for the response. I listened to my friend on the other side. He respects Mr. Gallagher, but he could not turn the floor over. Because if the floor was turned over to Republicans, instead of changing the election law, spending $5 trillion, they would put the American public first. God forbid we would do that. Madam Speaker, I heard the Democrat on the other side say we could not turn the floor over to Republicans to let the American public know how many Americans were there. Devastating, devastating to allow that to happen. This week, the House is in session for the first time since Kabul fell to the Taliban. What's happening in Afghanistan is a disaster for America's security and credibility. Not for just today, not for next week, but for decades to come. Other countries are questioning whether we have the resolve to honor our word because of the bungled withdrawal. President Biden magnified this damage over the past week by hiding at Camp David. delivering incoherent speeches, and reported to failing to contact a single foreign leader for 36 hours. Today, he signaled an unconditional surrender to the Taliban, promising to leave in just 7 days. We just had a classified briefing for all the members. I don't believe any member walking out of there believes in 7 days we could get the thousands of Americans out. That's why we can't relinquish the floor to the Republicans to actually get a report on it. Madam Speaker, the President's actions gave the impression of an incompetency and a declining power. This week we learned that the Taliban seized millions in U.S. weapons, making them stronger than they were 20 years ago. Madam Speaker, it is reported the Taliban now has more Black Hawk helicopters than Australia. Military missions should be dictated by our nation's interest, not by our enemies or arbitrary timelines. And right now, there's no greater national priority than getting our people home. But I just heard from the Democrat on the other side that we could not relinquish the floor to allow Mr. Gallagher, a veteran's previous question, to come up. Because that would be dealing with the nation's interest right now. No, we need to deal with the Democrats' priorities right now. And as I look around, I see our allies responding to this crisis with the seriousness it deserves. Madam Speaker, the Speaker called us back here. We're not the only body of power that's been called back. In Britain, Parliament returned from its summer's recess. You know what they're doing, though? Working on emergency session on this current situation to get their citizens home. In France, President Macron is trying to rally the UN Security Council. This House should be correcting this disastrous record left by this commander-in-chief and proving that America never abandons our people or shrinks from defending our interest. Madam Speaker, that's not what I heard on this floor. I heard a direction, Madam Speaker, by the Democrat leading and charging of this right now, that we could not relinquish the floor simply to Mr. Gallagher's request of letting America know how many Americans are there, and don't put a timeline until every American comes home. We should be doing nothing else on this floor until every single American is home. Democrats called us back for an emergency session, this first session since Kabul fell to the Taliban. But faced with a national security and credibility crisis in Afghanistan, they have done nothing to plan to address it. We were allotted 90 minutes, and oh my God, we went over 15 minutes, but we made sure then the Democrats had to shut that meeting down, that members of Congress could ask no more longer questions, because we needed to get back to the floor right now. When history writes about this day, they'll talk about the entire week. They'll talk about last night, how Congress worked late into the night, actually ordered food to come in, was in the Speaker's office for late hours, spent their day calling other members, twisting votes. We had reports that the President called people, that former presidents called people, that people were threatened, that their spouses were threatened about jobs. That they were threatened even in their own campaign. But what were they threatened about? Was it anything to deal with Americans coming home? No, it was about this rule. It was about what we're bringing up right now. The reason we had to stop our briefing, because we had to come to the floor to deal with this. What are we talking about? $5 trillion of hard-earned taxpayer money being spent on more big government. Changing election law to benefit one party over another. Outlawing IDs even though the majority of America wants it. Nothing about of that $5 trillion will spend $1 bringing America home or making us safer? What's the definition of a public servant? I would say doing something for the good of the others. Madam Speaker, the party today of the majority and the Democrats here, their interest is themselves. To spend up late into the night while other nations are working to bring their citizens home. I want to know, Madam Speaker, as people walk into this floor and vote on this bill, that they worked late into the night on, I want them to think about one thing. I want them to think about those American families in Afghanistan that were late into the night, not knowing if they could even make it to the airport, not knowing if they'll even get out, and wondering if the public servants were thinking of them. The sad answer is the majority was not. They were thinking of themselves. That is too important to deal with anything else. Madam Speaker, there are allies that are sitting in Afghanistan. Why did they go? They went to defend America because America was attacked. Out of the respect and character of who we are. This body elected and respected around the world, in a time of crisis, doesn't speak of it, doesn't act about it, but only acts for themselves. And in a moment of time of using the rules to allow the opportunity to change its course, just correct them when they were wrong, the voice of the other side says no. We could not turn the floor over to allow America to know how many Americans are there or to get a report on it. Just as they bang the gavel down that 90 minutes have come, you've asked enough questions, you can ask no more, because we must get to the floor to pass $5 trillion and change election law so the Democrats believe they can buy and change an election. Madam Speaker, if there's any moment in time to put an election aside, if there's any moment of time to put politics aside, I would have thought today was the day. I would have thought being called back that we could focus on what the rest of the world is focused on. So when the Speaker came to the floor to speak, I turned my volume up. Surely she was going to speak of this day. Surely she was going to talk about the Gold Star families. Surely she was going to thank those veterans and those who have served here, knowing what they are going through and what they're watching. You know what she said? Speaker Pelosi actually said, "Today is a great day of pride for our country and Democrats." Today is a great day of pride for our country and our Democrats. Let me be very clear, it is not. It's an embarrassing day for our nation. We are 3 weeks away from the 20th anniversary of 9/11. And this is what history will write. This is what you did with your majority. This is what you controlled. This is what you made sure you would not release the floor for the idea that Americans can find out how many are stuck in Afghanistan or how they're going to get home. I hope you're proud of that. Because this is what your leadership has done. This is what your leadership worked on. This is what the power of the twisting of the arm has delivered. The United States of America is not going to let terrorists dictate when and how we get Americans out. I firmly believe in what has been said many times, and especially by Abraham Lincoln: government of the people, by the people, for the people shall not perish from earth. If you believe that too and you are watching, I ask that you pick up your phones and you call. Especially if you're a Democrat, because I do not think the leadership here represents you with what they're asking for. I know your love of this country. I know the thousands upon thousands of Democrats who served their nation, who served in Afghanistan. I know those who Americans are in Afghanistan are not just of one party. I would like to see both parties work on the issue, what's really before us. Can you not put politics aside? Can you not care for one moment that you can rig an election to get elected? Can you not care about making government so large that you're going to bring more inflation and trillions of dollars? That's what you spent last night on. That's what you spent the whole time on. That's what you brought us in for. That's what you closed the briefing on, that we couldn't ask any more questions. Time is up. That's what you're fighting so hard, that a veteran that served his country asked for a previous question to simply say, we can get a report of how many Americans are still there. And that we do not pick a date when we get out until every American is out. But I heard the leadership on the other side said we could not do that. We have to change the election law. We have to spend $5 trillion. This is what we came back for in a special session. This is what our mission is. So everyone who votes for this rule today, that's what you're voting for. That's what you're championed. That's what history will write. And no, it is not a good day. Maybe in your caucus you think it's a great day for you and the Democrats. It is an embarrassing day to America. It's an embarrassing day for this floor, and it's embarrassing that you would even move forward with it. I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to each other in the second person or to a perceived viewing audience. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I want to say thank you to my colleague on the Rules Committee for the respectful way in which she's engaged in today's debate. I wish I could say the same for all the speeches that members have delivered today. I think it's unfortunate to have deeply partisan speeches made on the floor on matters of such great significance. I have great respect and reverence for Democratic and Republican members of this body who served so honorably in our nation's armed forces and who have been working together to do everything they can in concert with the administration to evacuate Americans and our Afghan partners out of Afghanistan. And I think it's unfortunate, as I said, to hear folks politicize that particular issue. I didn't hear much, Madam Speaker, regarding the bipartisan infrastructure deal that we're considering today. I didn't hear much by way of specifics in terms of the Voting Rights Advancement Act that we're considering today. Why? Because my friends on the other side of the aisle know that though the Build Back Better plan and the bipartisan infrastructure deal will create jobs, will lower costs, and will cut taxes. I wish we could have a reasonable debate on the merits of these particular policies, but it's clear that some would prefer to avoid that debate entirely. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I'd now like to yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from the state of Texas, my colleague on the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I'm very proud to be able to stand here today remembering the Constitution and saying to my good friends that this floor belongs to the American people. This floor is a floor, as John Lewis has often challenged us, that calls upon us to be courageous. I'm also here to say to you that I have no doubt that the United States military, with the will of the American people, will ensure that all Americans come out of Afghanistan and our allies. But at the same time, I am grateful for the idea of a Build Back America Act that will have Texas get universal pre-K, child care, tuition-free community college. And then, of course, the INVEST Act that will see us get $537 million for bridges, $100 million for broadband, $3.3 billion for public transit so that our climate can improve. But then, as I know that the Texas delegation, state representatives who sacrificed and came to this nation's capital to cry out for justice, Texas Democratic representatives who are here in this place now, that H.R. 4 is going to save the day, not partisan, but it is going to make us a democratic republic and we need to pass H.R. 4 because John Lewis said, "Do you have any courage?" I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the minority whip, the gentleman from Louisiana.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from Minnesota for yielding, and I rise in objection to this whole process. Madam Speaker, what we're doing here today, this is an example of the misplaced priorities of this Democrat majority. Let's start with the bill at hand, this package of bills that includes a budget that I'm sure very few people in this chamber have read, that authorizes the taxing and spending of trillions more dollars. Now, what does that mean? They call it the For the Children Act. It really should be called the Mountains of Debt for the Children Act, because that's what it does. If you look at inflation today, every family in America is facing inflation. They're paying over 40% more for gasoline, for cars, for things that they buy at the grocery store. Families know that if you add trillions more debt, trillions more spending, trillions more in taxes, inflation will only go up, and you know who's going to pay for it? It's not anybody in this chamber, Madam Speaker. Under their own budget, it says it. It's the children. That's who's going to pay for it. Right here. Just go to page 7, where it authorizes up to $45 trillion in debt. We're at about $28.6 trillion right now. $45 trillion in debt. Taxes and spending through the roof that will hit every family in America, Madam Speaker. And then let's get back to those priorities. Now, you would think, with the backdrop of everything that we've been dealing with in Afghanistan, as we here in this chamber, so many of our veterans who served in Afghanistan honorably, have been calling on the president to ensure and commit that he will get all Americans out. And yet, what is our president doing? I'll tell you what he's been doing. He's been working the phones, pressuring members of Congress this week. I wish, Madam Speaker, I could say he was pressuring members of Congress to help get Americans out. That's not what he was doing. He was working the phones this week, pressuring members of Congress to vote for this trillions of dollars in spending and tax package. That's been President Biden's priority. He just said today he's going to bow to the Taliban's deadline of August 31st, even if we don't get all Americans out. President Biden should be the president of the United States, not bowing to terrorists, not bowing to anybody except committing that he'll get all Americans out. Instead of living by some artificial deadline, every ounce of his energy ought to be focused between now and next Tuesday, the date he set, and the date the Taliban set. Every minute he ought to be spending between now and next Tuesday to get all Americans out. But if he fails to do it, people will look back and say, what was he doing instead? What were the President of the United States' priorities? He was pressuring members of Congress to vote for this garbage, trillions of dollars in debt and spending, rather than focus on getting Americans out of harm's way that he left behind. It's a national and international disgrace. Our priorities ought to be with the American people. That's what we will fight for. That's why we oppose this whole process. I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentlewoman reserves her time. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Well, while I would relish the opportunity to respond to the points made by my colleague, we have a lot of enthusiasm on our side to speak in support of this rule. So with that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished chairwoman of the Committee on Appropriations, who has led on the child tax cut for decades, Ms. DeLauro.
This rule allows us to move forward on rebuilding our nation's crumbling infrastructure, restoring the power of the Voting Rights Act, and a historic budget resolution that advances our priorities by making critical investments to expand our nation's social safety net, to continue to build back better. For far too long, the deck has been stacked for the wealthy and the well-connected, while middle-class, hardworking families and the vulnerable have been left behind. After decades of disinvestment, we have an opportunity today to make history, to deliver on the promise we made to the American people, to build a stronger, fairer future for our kids. A once-in-a-lifetime moment, creating more jobs, cutting middle-class taxes, while simply asking the biggest corporations and the top 1% to pay their fair share of taxes. What are the transformative issues in this bill? Expand and improve the child tax credit, already acclaimed to cut child poverty and hunger with only one payment. Guaranteeing affordable, high-quality child care, tackling the long-term health care crisis, access to long-term services and supports for aging loved ones and those with disabilities, universal pre-K, 2 years of tuition-free community college, maximizing the Pell Grant Award, launching the first-of-its-kind paid family and medical leave benefit, historic investments, ranking alongside the New Deal and the Great Society, standing the test of time and strengthening our society. President Roosevelt didn't just rebuild America, he created Social Security. And when it came to infrastructure and human needs, he did both. So to meet today's moment, we must and we can do both. We have that opportunity not to throw money at a problem, but to build the architecture for the future. Today, we must advance this rule and the budget resolution, demonstrating our commitment to our values, making a difference in the lives of so many Americans. This is a moral imperative. And to paraphrase President Franklin Roosevelt, this is our quote, rendezvous with destiny, watershed moment. Don't let the moment pass. It will not come back again. Let's seize it with action, with hope, unity of purpose for a better, stronger America. And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the gentlelady from Minnesota for yielding. And Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the rules being debated as we consider the $3.5 trillion budget reconciliation. And I rise today in support of workers, families, and businesses in communities I represent in California's 39th Congressional District. Now is the time for Congress to show it can work together for the American people. As our economy recovers during the COVID-19 pandemic, and Americans across the country pay more everywhere from the grocery store to the gas pump, Democrats are once again bypassing bipartisanship and moving forward with a partisan $3.5 trillion budget. According to Tax Foundation, this budget reconciliation would also raise taxes for people I represent in California's 39th District by an average of over $600. My constituents have been burdened enough by some of the highest state taxes in the country. And now, our nation is scrambling to keep promises we made in Afghanistan to Americans and to Afghan partners. The last thing we need is trillions more in spending on unrelated priorities and more taxes. This makes no sense. The majority's budget will increase prices, raise taxes, and take even more money out of taxpayers' pockets. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this reconciliation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Woman reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, my colleague from California is certainly right about one thing. The Build Back Better plan would raise taxes on billionaires. The tax cuts that ultimately were approved by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle several years ago for the richest Americans in our country. We do not pursue that in our bill. Instead, we pursue tax cuts for working families, for middle-class Americans, Madam Speaker. With that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, the distinguished chairwoman of the Committee on Financial Services, whose leadership has kept millions of Americans in their homes over the course of the last year, and that's Ms. Waters.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you so very much. I'm very appreciative for the time that I've been afforded, and I rise in support of the rule. which would pass the House's budget resolution. The budget resolution will make historic investments in housing in this country. We're in the middle of a housing crisis, and as chairwoman of the Financial Services Committee, it is not lost on me that more than 580,000 people experience homelessness on any given night, while millions of families are at this moment paying the bulk of their income towards rent. The bottom line is that housing is infrastructure. This is why I introduced the groundbreaking legislation, the Housing is Infrastructure Act of 2021, to provide more than $600 billion to address our country's affordable housing crisis, increase first-generation home ownership, and end homelessness. While the budget resolution only allocates $339 billion to the Financial Services Committee, this funding is still historic and will transform the lives of millions of families. However, we must first pass the budget resolution so that we can then pass the President's Build Back Better agenda, including this historic funding for housing programs. This rule also brings us one step closer to the critical House passage of H.R. 4, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, the Advancement Act, and this president is going to bring all of the Americans who want to come home, home. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of Representative Gallagher's bill to get us some simple facts. How many Americans are stranded? And are we going to get them home? Yes, these issues are important. We should debate these issues. Infrastructure, health care, all of these issues are critical to our country. But the number one job of the federal government is to keep Americans safe. And today, America is less safe. Americans are stranded behind enemy lines, and they are not all going to get out by August 31st. Colleagues, what happens in Afghanistan does not stay in Afghanistan. It will follow us home. Terrorism is a cancer that once again will threaten the United States. I want everyone to see this picture and remember it. Osama bin Laden, which, by the way, then Vice President Biden opposed the raid to bring this man to justice. His deputy, Ayman Zawahiri, know that name, now leading al-Qaeda, now has a terrorism playground for which to plot and plan attacks on the United States. Once again, the intelligence has been clear. Al-Qaeda 3.0 will come roaring back. The Taliban equals al-Qaeda. And as we head into the 20th anniversary of 9/11, we once again are going to face the prospect of more Pulse nightclubs, San Bernardinos, and God forbid another 9/11. What has me so upset, so flaming mad as a veteran, as a Green Beret that's had to fight this fight, is future soldiers are now going to have to go back and deal with this again, but now with no bases, no local allies, and a Taliban that's armed to the teeth with our own equipment. That is unconscionable, it's unacceptable, and if the White House won't lead, this Congress will. I yield my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from the state of Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
Gentlewoman from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in full support of H.R. 4, the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Madam Speaker, I have the great privilege of not only representing Birmingham, Montgomery, and my hometown of Selma, Alabama, but growing up literally at the foot of the Edmund Pettus Bridge, I had an opportunity time and time again to see John Lewis in action. John would come to my home church, Brown Chapel AME Church, to remind us all that what happened on that bridge 56 years ago was that Americans, ordinary Americans, dared to stand up to this country and to make sure that it lived up to its ideals of justice and equality for all. I'm proud to say that I get to walk in the footsteps of John Lewis, but I'm more proud of the fact that so many of us in this chamber walked with him. You know, the best way that we can live up to the legacy of John Lewis is to remember that he fought for every American to have the equal right to vote, equal access to the ballot box. I get that the Voting Rights Act of 1965 is reserved for the most egregious state actors. But what it says is that federal oversight is needed when states go amok. Since the Shelby versus Holder decision, I have introduced in 4 successive Congresses the Voting Rights Act, Advancement Act, and we renamed it the John Robert Lewis Advancement Act. We must live up to John's ideals of equality and justice for all in voting rights. What we've seen in states like Georgia and Texas and around this country has been state legislatures making it harder for people to vote. I just want to say that we must get into good trouble, necessary trouble. John reminded us that we must be courageous in the face of adversity and in the face of inequity. I ask for you to please vote for H.R. 4 and vote for the rule that would get it to the floor.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of Armed Services, the gentleman from Alabama.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady, and I rise in strong opposition to this rule, Madam Speaker. For 4 months, Republicans have demanded to know the President's plan to evacuate Americans and Afghan allies and conduct counterterrorism operations in Afghanistan. For 4 months, they've told us we're working on it. Well, now it's clear they never had a plan. The President's abject failure to plan is endangering the lives of thousands of American civilians and our allies in Afghanistan. Reports have been rolling in for over a week of Americans being assaulted or having to hide from Taliban thugs while they wait for a rescue. Afghan allies are being brutalized and killed by these terrorists as they desperately try to get inside the gates of the Kabul airport. And that's just those lucky enough to be in Kabul. Thousands of Americans and Afghan allies are still stranded hundreds of miles away from Kabul with little hope of rescue. Now comes an ultimatum from the terrorists that if our forces don't withdraw by next Tuesday, they'll start shooting. So what's the response from the majority? Well, Speaker Pelosi brought us back to Washington not to deal with this dire situation in Afghanistan. No, we're here today to vote on a partisan $4 trillion giveaway to the radical left, a bill that doesn't include a single dollar to rescue Americans or our allies from Afghanistan, or even a single penny on national security. And I have to wonder what the majority's thinking. Instead of this partisan exercise, I urge the majority to work with us to hold the President accountable and save Americans and allies still in Afghanistan. Now yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Ryan.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Look, we see our Republican friends are very upset. They said, this is embarrassing. What are we doing? What have we done? What you're mad about is that we are delivering for the American people. We saved pensions, we cut taxes for working class people, invested in the communities, invested in the schools, and now universal preschool, everyone can go to community college, vision, dental, hearing for Medicare recipients, paid family leave. If you think for 1 second, I'm going to apologize for what we're doing, you are wrong. Once again, we should have done this 30 or 40 years ago, and obviously, once again, the Republican Party is MIA. Yield back.
The members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman reserves from Colorado. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to urge defeat of the previous question so that we can immediately consider H.R. 5071. Operations Enduring Freedom and Freedom Sentinel are coming to a conclusion in a way that no American should be willing to tolerate nor accept. This conflict began nearly 20 years ago. 2,443 U.S. military KIA, 3,800 contractor and DoD civilian KIA, 1,144 Allied troops killed in action, and over 30,000 veteran suicide since 9/11, the victims of their internal and unseen wounds. In Texas District 6, we lost Staff Sergeant Jeremy S. on April 6, 2011, and Private First Class Joel R. on April 16, 2011. Brothers in arms killed 10 days apart. In Texas, we have lost 193 of our sons and daughters, all of whom, like Luke Beschatz would say, not 1 ounce of sweat or blood in the defense of others is a waste. But last week, this administration handed over 600,000 weapons, 75,000 vehicles, and 200 aircraft to the enemy. What we have now is September 10th, 2001, with a well-armed enemy. For those who have stood the watch and those who have died standing that watch, duty, honor, country is not an academic study. It is a way of life and sometimes death. So I call on our Commander-in-Chief, Madam Speaker, to take those words as seriously as we do, and to do this, his duty to honor our service members and their families by informing this body and the Americans we represent every day on what is happening on the ground in Afghanistan and what this administration is doing to bring American citizens and the Afghans who helped us to safety. Infrastructure's needs did not leave 10 to 15,000 Americans stranded. Climate change did not cause this catastrophe. Combat is not a PowerPoint briefing. American lives are at stake. Get our countrymen out of Afghanistan. And the mission is only complete when they're out, not 1 minute before. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady with respect to the rule bill. If someone were to devise a plan, Madam Speaker, to intentionally destroy the great state of Texas, they would do the following. They would sabotage their sovereignty by opening its borders and granting amnesty and citizenship. They would steal the right to safeguard the integrity of their elections. They would strip the freedoms of both employees and employers by forcing unionization of the workforce. They would destroy its agriculture and energy economy by abusing their regulatory authority and weaponizing the tax code in the name of a politically manufactured climate crisis. They would crush the most prosperous economy in the nation under the weight of the highest tax rates in the world. They would quench the spirit of self-reliance. They would diminish the dignity of work by trapping their citizens in an endless cycle of government dependence and poverty. They would permanently plunder the freedom and independence of the Lone Star State by saddling future generations with a debt they could never repay. While this legislation, Madam Speaker, may not have been written with the intention of destroying the state of Texas, it's clear that should these bills pass, that's exactly what it would do, and not only to my great state, but to the entire nation. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a moment where I'm hoping our friends on the left will keep a certain promise that many of you have made, Madam Speaker, because we have a long list of the promise from the President to leadership to others promising that this spending will be 100% paid for. So you already know we're going to have what? Probably continuing resolution with the omnibus. There's $1 trillion of structural debt there. Okay. And the 1.2 so-called bipartisan in the Senate. okay, when we actually do the honest math, it's not $250 billion of borrowing. It's about $500 billion of borrowing because a bunch of the pay-fors are fake. So when we start looking at what Senate Finance and others, where are you getting the other $1.7 trillion on your $3.5 trillion of spending? Look, I'm just asking you to keep a promise, because when you add up all the new revenues, all the new receipts, all the new tax hikes, the corporate tax hikes that unemploys 1 million Americans in 24 months, the capital gains tax that loses money, where are you going to get all this cash that you have promised will be 100% paid for?
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair again reminds members to direct your comments to the chair. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, the Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I rise in support of this rule. This rule allows the Congress of the United States to do the people's business in 2 critical areas, actually 3. Number 1, it provides for us to receive from the Senate the budget and to do what the Republicans did on their tax bill, act on a budget reconciliation bill. You did that. You, of course, didn't pay for it. We're going to pay for this. Secondly, this rule allows us to proceed on a piece of legislation which seeks to make sure that the Voting Rights Act, protecting the most important asset a citizen has, and that is their right to vote. Or, as our Speaker has said, the voice of those not empowered. That's not exactly what it was, Madam Speaker, but 2 of these items are critical. And when we talk about saving lives, the reconciliation bill and the budget, the Build Back Better Act, is going to save lives and enrich the quality of lives of our people. And thirdly, this rule will allow us to proceed to adopt the bipartisan 69 senators voting for it infrastructure bill. It is not a perfect bill. It is not our bill, and it is limited in some respects in terms of its addressing one of our most important challenges and enemies, and that's climate change. It nevertheless is a very, very substantial investment in America, its growth, its people, and jobs. Vote for this rule. It's a good bill for the people.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we're prepared to close as well.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Democrats continue to ram through controversial policies and reckless spending with a complete disregard for the rules and with no consideration of what those decisions will mean for future generations and what they have to pay back. President Biden took office saying he'd be president for everybody, but he certainly isn't acting like that. The legislation before us today that is included in this rule would leave rural communities behind, concentrate even more power at the federal level, and tax and spend recklessly. And the president is too busy pressuring members of his own party to support $5 trillion in spending to even address the crisis in Afghanistan. And I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I oppose the rule and the underlying bill, and I ask members to do the same, and I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot about partisanship today during the course of today's debate. What are the three bills that we are considering within the rule today? The John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, a reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act. VRA has been reauthorized by Republicans and Democrats in the United States Congress for decades. The last time it was signed by George W. Bush, a Republican. A bipartisan infrastructure deal that earned the votes of 69 senators, 19 Republicans, including Mitch McConnell. But apparently, that proposal is too radical for the House Republican Conference. And a Build Back Better plan that would invest in American families, that would lower costs, that would cut taxes for working families. Americans are worth investing in. Our families, our students, our teachers, our firefighters, our communities are worth investing in. And we have a chance to do that today. The late Congressman John Lewis once said that every generation leaves behind a legacy. What that legacy will be is determined by the people of that generation. And Madam Speaker, I would say that our legacy must be one of progress, of courage, and of action. I would urge my colleagues to vote yes on this rule and on the previous question. I would yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The previous question is ordered.
Madam Speaker, I request
the gentlelady from Minnesota is
vote.
recognized.
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does a gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaullier pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaullier will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does a gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on ordering the previous question. The member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does a gentleman seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Davids of Kansas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Davids will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
In pursuit of the House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Pennsylvania.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Calvert of California, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote no on H-Res 601. And as a member designated by Mr. Nunes of California, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nunes will vote no on H-Res 601 as well.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I rise as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal, pursuant to House Resolution 8, to inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on ordering the previous question. I rise as the member designated by Mr. Pocan, pursuant to House Resolution 8, to inform the House that Mr. Pocan will vote aye on ordering the previous question. I rise as the member designated by Ms. Berrigan, pursuant to House Resolution 8, to inform the House that Ms. Berrigan will vote aye on ordering the previous question, and I rise as the member designated by Mr. Gomez, pursuant to House Resolution 8, to inform the House that Mr. Gomez will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Frankel, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Brownlee, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Representative Peter Meyer, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Meyer will vote nay on the previous question. As member designated by Representative John Curtis, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote nay on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Duncan will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Garbarino of New York, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote nay on ordering the previous question on H-Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. David Scott of Georgia, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Scott will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote no on the previous question.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition. Minnesota.
As the member designated by Ms. Presley, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Presley will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amodei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sanchez pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Michelle Steele of California under House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Steele will vote no on House Resolution 601.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Stevens of Michigan pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stevens will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of the state of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote nay on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of the state of South Carolina pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart of the state of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote nay on the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Emmer of the state of Minnesota pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Emmer will vote nay on the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of the state of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Khanna pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Harshbarger of Tennessee pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Harshbarger will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Horsford of Nevada pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Blumenauer pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of the great state of New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting no on the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting no on the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Stefanik of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. G.T. Thompson of Pennsylvania, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will be voting no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on ordering the previous question, and as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Barry Moore of Alabama pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moore will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Newman of Illinois pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Newman will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote nay on the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Young of the great state of Alaska, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mrs. Wagner pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Wagner will vote nay. As the member designated by Mr. Luetkemeyer pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Luetkemeyer will vote nay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Strickland will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Walorski of Indiana and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Norma Torres pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Norma Torres will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Cardenas will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Raul Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Ruiz will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vargas will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Representative Chris Stewart, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Shelley Pingree pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nails of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nails will vote no on the previous question on HRES 601.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fleischman from the great state of Tennessee, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote yes on the previous question.
Yes on the previous question?
No on the previous question. Mr. Fleischman will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House Mr. Kind will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Trone will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote no on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Carolyn Maloney, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Velasquez will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Kelly of Illinois, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, pursuant to HRES 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by John Garamendi of California, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that John Garamendi will be voting yes on ordering the previous question.
New Jersey. Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Mr. Paul Tonko pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Tonko will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Then what happens after all? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 212. The previous question is ordered. The question is now on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will now record their votes by electronic device. Purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote yes on H.Res. 601.
Let's see. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be voting nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer from Oregon pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote aye on House Resolution 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers of Washington pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote no on H.Res. 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on H.Res. 601. As a member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H.Res. 601.
Oklahoma. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote nay on the rule. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulier will vote yes on H.Res. 601.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote nay on the rule. As the member designated by Mr. Young from Alaska pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.Res. 601. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.Res. 601.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Garbarino of New York pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote nay on adoption of H.Res. 601.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on H.Res. 601. As the member designated by Ms. Brownlee pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote yes on H.Res. 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Harshbarger pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Harshbarger will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.Res. 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fleischman of Tennessee pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. John Garamendi of California pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on House Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Amadei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote no on House Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Presley pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Presley votes yes on House Res 601. As the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on House Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H-Res 601. As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H-Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on H-Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on H-Res 601. As the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Trone will vote yes on H-Res 601. And as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Kind will vote yes on H-Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Duncan of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Duncan will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House they will vote yes on H Resolution 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nails of Texas and pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nails will vote no on adoption of H-Res 601.
Washington. Purpose does the gentleman from the state of Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Strickland will vote yes on H-Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Chris Stewart, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart will vote no on the adoption to rule deeming adoption of Congress 14, providing the consideration of H.R. 4 and the Senate amendment to H.R. 3684.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Khanna pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Khanna will vote yes on H.Res. 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform that the House, Mr. Hagedorn, will vote no on the rule. As a member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting no on the rule. As a member designated by Congresswoman Stefanik of New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will be voting no on the rule. As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will be voting no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on the House Res. 601. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mrs. Wagner pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Wagner will vote nay. As the member designated by Mr. Luetkemeyer pursuant to House Rule 8, I inform the House that Mr. Luetkemeyer will vote nay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. David Scott of Georgia, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Scott will vote yes on House Resolution 601.
This is the gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Reed of the great state of New York, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Reed will be a nay on the rule. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sanchez, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez votes aye on House Resolution 601. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard votes aye on House Resolution 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Walorski of Indiana, and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on House Resolution 601.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.Res. 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Stevens of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8,
I inform the House that Ms. Stevens will vote aye on H Resolution 601.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote nay on the rule. As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of the state of South Carolina pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on the rule. As the member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart of the state of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote nay on the rule. As the member designated by Mr. Emmer of the state of Minnesota pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Emmer will vote nay on the rule. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar, state of Florida, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Newman of Illinois, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Newman will vote yes on H-Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington pursuant to House Resolution 80, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote no on the rule.
Purpose is the gentlelady from New Hampshire seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on H-Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Calvert of California pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote no on the rule. And as a member designated by Mr. Nunez of California pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nunez will vote no on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise and inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on House Resolution 601. As the member designated by Mr. Pocan pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise and inform the House that Mr. Pocan votes aye on House Resolution 601. As the member designated by Ms. Berrigan pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Berrigan will vote aye on House Resolution 601. As the member designated by Mr. Gomez pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Gomez will vote aye on House Resolution 601.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Peter Meyer of Michigan 3, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Meyer will vote nay on the rule. As member designated by Mr. John Curtis of Utah 3, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on H-Res 601.
For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Michelle Steele of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Steele will vote no on House Resolution 601.
For what purposes the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Daggett of Colorado pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Daggett will vote yes on H-Res 601.
Purposes the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Barry Moore of the state of Alabama pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moore will vote nay on House Resolution 601.
What purposes the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nadia Velasquez pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Velasquez will vote yes on H-Res 601. And as the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yes on H-Res 601. And as the member designated by Ms. Robin Kelly of Illinois, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly will vote yes on H-Res 601.
For what purposes the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H-Res 601. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on H-Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the state of Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Stephen Horsford of Nevada pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yes on H-Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H-Res 601. As the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H-Res 601. As the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on H-Res 601. And as the member designated by Mr. Paul Tonko pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Tonko will vote yes on H-Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H-Res 601.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Davids of Kansas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Davids will vote yes on H-Res 601.
And for what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Cardenas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Cardenas will vote yes on H-Res 601. Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Raul Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Ruiz will vote yes on H-Res 601. Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vargas will vote yes on H-Res 601. Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H-Res 601. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Norma Torres pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Norma Torres will vote yes on H-Res 601.
All right, we ought to pull ahead. On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 212. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Section 4 of House Resolution 601, Senate Concurrent Resolution 14 is considered as adopted.
The House will be in order. The bill as amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 601, I call up H.R. 4, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4, a bill to amend the Voting Rights Act of 1965 to revise the criteria for determining which states and political subdivisions are subject to Section 4 of the Act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 601, the amendment printed in House Report 117-117 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days.
The gentleman will suspend. Bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 4.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 4, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021, would revitalize and strengthen the Voting Rights Act of 1965 to confront the onslaught of discriminatory voting laws and practices that have emerged in recent years across the country. In 2013, the Supreme Court in Shelby County versus Holder gutted the Voting Rights Act's most important enforcement mechanism, its Section 5 preclearance regime, which required jurisdictions with a history of discrimination against racial and ethnic minority voters to seek approval of any changes to their voting laws before they could go into effect. Almost immediately after the decision, many of these jurisdictions unleashed a raft of voter suppression measures, knowing that these laws now could only be challenged after the fact, and only through a costly and time-consuming process that made such challenges unlikely, and when people's votes had already been improperly invalidated. When the court struck down the coverage formula that determined which jurisdictions were subject to preclearance, It explicitly invited Congress to devise a new formula to meet the current need to remedy voting discrimination. H.R. 4 answers that call. This legislation would create a new geographic coverage formula that is fine-tuned to capture only those places with long-standing and persistent discrimination. At the same time, it targets only recent discrimination and does not leave jurisdictions frozen in time. The bill also requires preclearance of certain practices that are historically associated with voting discrimination. It responds to the recent Supreme Court decision in Brnovich versus DNC, which severely limited enforcement of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and it provides other important tools to strengthen enforcement of the VRA. H.R. 4 rests on a substantial record that documents the myriad ways that the right to vote, the most fundamental right in a democracy, remains under threat for too many Americans. I want to thank Terry Sewell for introducing this bill, Steve Cohen for the 13 hearings he held on voting rights in the Constitution Subcommittee, as well as our colleagues on the Elections Subcommittee and the Committee on House Administration for their work. And I urge all members to join me in honoring the legacy of our beloved colleague, the late John Lewis, who shed his blood to secure passage of the Voting Rights Act by supporting this vital legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman, the ranking member on House Administration Committee, Mr. Davis from Illinois.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my good friend, the ranking member, Mr. Jordan. Recently, another friend of ours and our colleague, Congressman Burgess Owens, who grew up in the Jim Crow South, testified before my committee, and I want to highlight 2 very important points he made. Not only is our country not facing a new era of Jim Crow voting laws, as many of my Democrat colleagues have falsely claimed, but it's incredibly offensive to lie to the American people to further a political agenda. Our country has come a long way since the Jim Crow era, and it's in part because of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. More Americans voted in the last 2 elections than in any midterm or presidential election in our nation's history. This includes historic turnouts among African Americans and other minority voters. We should celebrate this progress, not ignore it. Using Georgia as an example, since my friends on the other side of the aisle were so quick to condemn new election integrity laws in this state, in Georgia, which was once covered under the VRA's pre-clearance formula, African American turnout in the last election was at 64%, compared to 27% in 1965. And an amazing 95% of the total eligible voting age population in Georgia is registered to vote. That's incredible. It's easier to vote in Georgia than it is in Democrat-run states like New York and Delaware, and even others. Democrats on the Committee on House Administration held hearing after hearing on election issues where they produced 0 evidence of voter suppression, likely due to the fact that voter discrimination and suppression remain against the law in this country. Yet the bill before us goes far beyond the original VRA and would subject every state to pre-clearance, an extraordinary measure established in 1965 to prevent Democrat-led southern states with a history of discrimination from intimidating and preventing African Americans from voting. If you vote for this legislation, you are voting for a federal takeover of elections. You are removing people elected at the state and local level to run elections from making decisions about how elections are run, including voter ID laws, and putting an unaccountable, unelected election czar at the DOJ, the Attorney General, in charge of all election decisions in this country. Members of this body and the American people should be asking the simple question: if it's easier to vote today than at any time in our history, and more Americans are voting than ever before, then why are Democrats going to such extreme measures to ensure a federal takeover of elections? I hope my colleagues and the American people will see this bill for what it is, a partisan power grab which circumvents the people to ensure one-party rule. I urge a no vote on the underlying legislation. And Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a report I released as the ranking member of House Administration earlier this month titled "The Elections Clause States' Primary Constitutional Authority Over Elections."
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes To the distinguished gentlelady from Alabama, the chief sponsor of this legislation, Ms. Sewell.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in full support of H.R. 4, the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Nothing is more fundamental to our democracy than the right to vote. Nothing is more precious to my district, Alabama's 7th Congressional District, the home of Birmingham, Montgomery, and my hometown of Selma, Alabama, than the right to protect the vote for all Americans. It was in my district that ordinary Americans peacefully protested for the equal right to vote for all Americans. Nothing is more personal to me, nothing more represents America's civil rights district than to be able to stand here, as so many of us have, with John Lewis at the foot of the Edmund Pettus Bridge as I announced with glee that we have reintroduced H.R. 4, the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. It was on that same bridge in Selma, Alabama, that a 26-year-old John Lewis was bludgeoned by state troopers with billy clubs in the name of justice. Their efforts led to the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the seminal piece of legislation in Congress to protect the right of all Americans to vote. These protections were gutted in 2013 by the Supreme Court's decision in Shelby versus Holder, and Section 2 was also affected by the most recent decision in Bonovich. Well, today, 8 years after Shelby, Congress is finally answering the Supreme Court's call to action by passing H.R. 4. H.R. 4 will create a new coverage formula to determine which states have been the most egregious actors and subject them to preclearance. That is based on a current evidence of voter discrimination. Madam Speaker, old battles have indeed become new again. While literacy tests and poll tax no longer exist, certain states and local jurisdictions have passed laws that are modern-day barriers to voting. So as long as voter suppression exists, the need for full protections of the VRA will continue. We must fully restore the VRA. Why? Because as John Lewis would say, when you hear something or see something that is not right, that is not just, that is not fair, we have a moral obligation to do something about it. We, members of the House of Representatives, can today do something about it. Let's pass H.R. 4. Let's do so not just in the name of John Lewis. Let's do so for the people, the American people. We must secure the right to vote. Madam Speaker, I'd like to also have unanimous consent for the record to show the 30 letters of support and statements of support all across this nation, from civil rights groups, from labor groups, from amazing folks who are fighting every day on the front lines for the right to vote.
Without objection.
In conclusion, I want to thank the chairman of this committee, Chairman Nadler. I'd like to thank the chairman of the subcommittee, Steve Cohen. I'd like to thank the House admin, Representative Zoe Lofgren, as well as G.K. Butterfield, for the countless hours of testimony and the reams of documents that show that voter suppression is still alive and well.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
The price of freedom is not free. Let's pay for it by passing the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Thank you.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thousands of Americans stranded in Afghanistan, fearing for their lives, and Democrats are focused on passing legislation to make sure states can't require photo ID to vote. Thousands of Americans stranded in Afghanistan while hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants cross our southern border every single month. March was the largest month on record for illegal crossings until April. April was the largest month of illegal crossings until May. May was the largest month until June. And June was the largest month until July. And Democrats are focused on passing legislation which says states who want to go back to the election law they had just a year ago before the virus, you can't do that. You can't do that unless you come get permission from the Department of Justice. As Mr. Davis said, in 1965, Congress passed the Voting Rights Act, a good piece of legislation that did things that needed to be done, put in place things that needed to be put in place. But we're a long way from that and so much better. In 2013, in the Shelby County versus Holder Supreme Court decision, the court said there is no need to continue pre-clearance requirement. Here's a quote from the Chief Justice. The conditions that originally justified these measures no longer characterize voting in the covered jurisdictions. Justice Roberts stated, African American turnout today exceeds white voter turnout in 5 of the 6 originally covered states. During the past election, voter turnout was higher across all racial groups as compared to prior presidential elections. The United States of America is the greatest country in the history of the world. There's no question that our country has done more to advance the cause of liberty and democracy than any other nation. But unfortunately, it seems the Democrats don't want to acknowledge all that amazing progress that's been made and where we're at today. H.R. 4 would subject state and localities to the whims of partisan bureaucrats within President Biden's Department of Justice. They get to decide, not states as our Constitution says. No, no, no. You got to go get permission from the big federal government. Do what they say when it comes to your election laws, even if, as I said before, you just want to go back to where you were a year before COVID. Republican states that Democrats always want to target actually do better than Democrat states like President Biden's home state of Delaware. But for some reason, you don't hear Democrats raising alarms about Delaware, and you don't see the Biden administration bringing lawsuits against Delaware. Democrats want to focus on this manufactured crisis because they have no plans to deal with the real crises that are facing our country. Inflation, crime, the border, and of course, what's going on in Afghanistan as we speak. Don't be fooled. Today it is easier to vote than ever in our country. We need to applaud the strides this nation has taken. We need to embrace the greatness of this country. This bill is not about expanding voting rights. It's about Democrats consolidating their political power. And that's why they're focused on this at a time when there's so many critical issues and crises facing our nation. They're focused on consolidating their power. And I think taking it away from the states, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I support the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Congress first passed the Voting Rights Act while Martin Luther King led for civil rights and John Lewis stood by his side. The law made a difference, defeating racial discrimination in voting. But the court in the Shelby and Brnovich cases destroyed important parts of the law. This bill fixes that. With updated coverage formula, practice-based preclearance, and rational standards to challenge racial discrimination, this bill is essential. Representatives Butterfield and Fudge both chaired the Elections Subcommittee, whose hearings established factual bases for this bill. All the members of the Elections Subcommittee worked hard, holding hearings around America. I thank them, and I thank my colleagues also on the Judiciary Committee. As we vote to restore the Voting Rights Act, to protect the rights of Americans from being denied the right to vote because of their race, we should remember, honor, and thank those who came before us, and especially our late colleague, John Lewis. I urge a yes vote and yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our colleague, Rahm Emanuel, famously said, "You never let a serious crisis go to waste." And today, my Democratic colleagues are not letting a serious crisis go to waste. While America's focused on the tragedy halfway around the world in Afghanistan, a plan to fail that now has successfully failed, the reality is, here, instead of holding real hearings, looking at the causes, and maybe, in fact, being more helpful in preventing further suffering of the 37 million people in Afghanistan, what are we doing? We're codifying a permanent majority of the Democratic Party everywhere they can. We're making changes to election law that pull into Washington and into the Attorney General's office control of elections that the Constitution clearly gave to legislatures. And what we're doing by the statements of my own colleagues on the other side of the aisle is we are clearly saying we don't like the Supreme Court's decisions, so we're going to find a way to do what we want to do, even though, in fact, the time and the success of the Civil Rights Act has, in fact, mostly passed. Why can't you take success? Because it no longer benefits the goals of a permanent Democratic majority. I'm sorry for my Democratic colleagues that, in fact, the people of America do not at times approve of things like the tragedy in Afghanistan, or, in fact, are not willing to accept a permanent smear of we can never have elections without federal intervention. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves.
Thank you.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Republicans say we don't need this voting rights bill, that we should leave the power with the states. My subcommittee had 13 hearings over 2 years, and the professors and the attorneys told us that every time black and brown people gain in population and start to take power, there starts to be changes in the laws to stop them from having power. We've just this year, 18 states have enacted 30 laws restricting the ability to vote, and there were at least 495 voter suppression bills pending in the states as of yesterday. For them to say we don't need a bill in the year that this Capitol faced an insurrection, when they tried to overturn the Electoral College and overturn a free and fair election, and after that happened, the 2/3 of the Republicans voted to overturn the election by throwing out the results in Arizona and Pennsylvania. And then we wanted to study that insurrection, and a very thin number of Republicans even voted to study it. Democracy is on the line. The right to vote is on the line. What we learned from our hearings is that we need to pass the Voting Rights Act and protect people's rights to vote, because that's what America's about. And I support this John R. Lewis Voting Rights Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just remind the gentleman that Democrats have objected to every Republican, the electors for every Republican president this century. Every single one. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile.
Thank you very much.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. I appreciate my colleague from Ohio. This House just passed a spending framework for $3.5 trillion in new government spending. And immediately following, what's next? A plan for a federal government takeover of elections. H.R. 4 is focused on overturning the Supreme Court decision Shelby County versus Holder and reinstituting federal power over state election laws. Preclearance was established in 1965 because there were blatant attempts to disenfranchise African Americans. We're not debating that today. We've made great progress since 1965. So what's the purpose of H.R. 4? H.R. 4 is a federal power grab. This bill would gut voter ID laws across the country. The bill would allow the Biden Department of Justice to veto state voter ID laws. In my home state of Wisconsin, some said common sense voter ID laws would lower turnout. They were wrong. In 2020, Wisconsin had the 4th highest voter turnout in the country. This bill would make it harder for states to maintain accurate voter rolls. Accurate voter rolls are essential for local election officials to accurately administer elections. This bill is a federal overreach. Instead of federal overreach, let's get to work and make it easier to vote and hard to cheat. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 4, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and proud to be an original co-sponsor of this vital legislation. This is one of the most important bills we will consider this Congress. Voting rights are the foundation of our democracy, ensuring that every American gets a fair say in who represents them and who makes the laws governing their lives. Voting rights have been under attack all across this country. This year alone, 30 new discriminatory voting restriction laws have targeted communities of color, young people, and working people across 18 states. We cannot allow this in America. This critical legislation will restore voting rights protection and provide the tools necessary to ensure discriminatory voting laws cannot stand. There is nothing more American than protecting the right to vote. I want to thank my colleague, Congresswoman Sewell, for her leadership, thank Chairman Nadler, Speaker Pelosi, and all the leadership for the important work they're doing to ensure that voting rights are protected for all Americans. I also want to end by taking a moment to recognize the late and remember the late Congressman John Lewis, our colleague and friend, one of history's greatest fighters for equality and voting rights, after whom this legislation is so appropriately named. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my good friend Jim Jordan. Madam Speaker, we have to be clear about what's happening here. Congress passed the Voting Rights Act in 1965 to overcome shameful state resistance and barriers that prevented minorities from exercising their right. But in 2013, the U.S. Supreme Court held that continuing to require states to pre-clear election law changes based upon conduct from a half-century ago was an unconstitutional invasion of state sovereignty. The truth is, as Jim said a moment ago, it is easier today for Americans to vote than it has ever been before in our nation's history. The VRA worked. Thank the Lord that it did. We overcame those problems. In fact, voter registration disparities between minority and non-minority voters in states like Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Mississippi, my home state of Louisiana, are all previously covered under the old VRA provisions, are now below the national average, and get this, they're lower than Democrat-run states like New York, California, and President Biden's home state of Delaware. H.R. 4 is a radical, unprecedented federal power grab by unaccountable bureaucrats in Washington that every conscientious American ought to oppose. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Demings.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, my mother was a maid and my father a janitor. But they were good, decent, honest people who saw voting as their duty and knew their vote mattered regardless of who they were and where they lived. When did some of us as elected officials start believing it is okay to no longer protect basic rights, but to lie if you have to, cheat if you have to, suppress the vote if you have to, and then stand up and claim victory? John Lewis called the right to vote precious, almost sacred, and he was willing to risk his life to protect it. We reject the politically motivated lies that seek to undermine faith in our elections. We are the United States of America, and yes, we are the greatest nation in the world. So let's live up to America's promise once again by protecting the precious, almost sacred right to vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not long ago, our elections worked well. We maintained accurate voter registration rolls and routinely removed people who moved or died. After all of the candidates had their say, on election day, we went to our local polling place. We brought our children to watch the process and taught them to respect it. Our neighbors on the precinct board handed us our ballot after we identified ourselves and signed the roll. We took it into a curtained booth where no one could pressure us to vote a certain way. We then handed that ballot back to our neighbor who placed it in a locked box. It was very hard to cheat because every ballot had a simple chain of custody. The woke left seeks to destroy that process. Where they control the law, registration is instant and outdated registrations are rarely removed. Ballots are sent to every name, followed by partisan harvesters to collect them. In fact, over 300 mail-in recall ballots were just found in the possession of a felon passed out in his car in Torrance, California. In fact, in California, you can print ballots on your home printer and then send them in. Ballots are no longer secret. Family members, spouses, caregivers, or party hacks can cajole or pressure you as you cast your vote. Every fraudulent vote disenfranchises a legitimate voter. That is the ultimate in voter suppression. This bill effectively makes it impossible for states to restore integrity measures like in-person Election Day voting or voter ID. It assures that chaos and turmoil of recent elections is magnified and institutionalized. In every election, somebody wins and somebody loses. Democracy depends on both sides having the confidence that an election was fair and accurately reflects the will of the majority. How can anyone have that confidence under such a system as the left would impose? The answer is, we can't. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, breaking news. The Texas Speaker of the House signs arrest warrants for absent Democrats in bid to end Chambers' weeks-long stalemate to fight against suppression and oppression in SB 7. This is John Lewis, and he says, "We will stand up for what is right, for what is fair and what is just, and we will ensure that we have courage, the kind of courage that is raw courage." Today, I ask my Republican colleagues to reject the big lie, to reject the insurrection, and to reject the idea that there is not voter suppression. I stand with H.R. 4, a bill that is the continuation of the reauthorization that I have done over the years as a member of the Judiciary Committee. I thank Chairman Nell and Chairman Cohen, Terry Sewell, and all those who are part of this great effort, our whip. But the real important point is that we give the vote back to the American people, to the disabled, to young people, to senior citizens, and we reject that unfortunate statement. The state of Texas Attorney General, Secretary of State never found any fraud in the election, in particular in 2020. So I'm very glad that this will particularly have the look back. It will protect us against section dilution and diminution. This is a bill that has to pass, and the Senate has to pass it. Give the vote back to the American people. Have raw courage. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would say the big lie, was it a big lie when the Democrats for 4 years questioned the 2016 election? When in October of 2020, Secretary Clinton said the election was stolen from her in 2016. Was that the big lie that that the previous speaker was talking about? I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, the distinguished gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Betts.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Jordan. Madam Speaker, this bill will operate to freeze in place to substantially chill changes to the election processes of some of the 90,126 state and local government units found in this United States. And Madam Speaker, I assure you, the election processes of many of these local governments, state units are not perfect, but this bill will chill necessary corrections and updatings of such election processes. Why? Because the bill creates a private enforcement cause of action with attorney fees to the prevailing party and establishes a clear risk to these 90,126 government units of incurring tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars of attorney fees if the government unit gets it wrong and violates the subjective standards such as the undefined term diminishes found in Section 4A.C.2 in the bill. Madam Speaker, after what we've been through in the last election, we should be working to encourage certainty and clarity in our election processes. This bill does not do that. It does the opposite. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How dare Republicans come to this floor and lecture America about mass and liberty over and over and over again, while at the same time undermining the precious right to vote. Free and fair elections are central to our liberty, and we're not going to let anyone take that away from us. Those who worship at the altar of voter suppression will fail. Those who worship at the altar of Jim Crow-like oppression will fail. Those who worship at the altar of turning back the clock to make America hate again will fail. We're not going backward. The John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act will become law. And when it's all said and done, democracy will prevail and good trouble will win the day.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Goldman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As had been said earlier by Darrell Issas, it was Rahm Emanuel that pointed out, don't let a good crisis go to waste. So here we have a crisis on our southern border in Afghanistan, and what do? The majority comes in here and says, we don't want our members to have to vote on a $3.5 trillion spending bill, so we'll just pass a rule that says, without anybody voting on it, we pass a $3.5 trillion spending bill, and then we'll immediately jump over to a nobleman with a great name that did such great work for America, along with Dr. King, John Lewis, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act bill. Well, I was here when that was reauthorized, when that was redone, and I begged, after talking to some liberal constitutional professors of law, I begged Jim Sensenbrenner and John Conyers not to go forward with Section 4B the way it was in Section 5. Let's do this right so that it won't be struck down. Mr. Sensenbrenner was not open to that whatsoever. John Conyers, to his credit, was. I said, please talk to some professors. Let them tell you it's at risk of being struck down. And he said, well, they say there's a decent chance of that, but let's see what happens. What happens now? We come in here and we're going to disenfranchise American voters by taking over the voting across America. The Constitution reserves those provisions to the state's legislature. We shouldn't be doing this. Back after the 2000 election, when there were some people in Florida that were not as smart as fifth graders because they couldn't figure out the butterfly ballots, this body jumped in, took over, and said, everybody go to electronic ballots and electronic voting, and they have cost us misery ever since. Let's let states and local government do the job
the gentleman's time has expired.
Gave them.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise in strong support of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Today, across the nation, states are eliminating same-day voter registration, reducing voting times, and limiting the availability of polling places. These changes essentially make it harder for our friends and neighbors to vote. This bill is a simple bill. It ensures that all legally cast ballots are counted. It ensures that the voices of Americans, are louder than those of special interest. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Thank you.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 4. This legislation is named after a good man and a fellow Georgian, John Lewis, whom I was honored to call friend while we served together in this body. And let me remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the Speaker that I was the only Republican to join you in San Diego for the christening of the USNS John Lewis, and I did it because he was my friend. I did it because he should be honored. While he was a good man, this legislation does nothing to advance the rights of our citizens to vote, as my friend on the other side of the aisle would claim. H.R. 4 is a radical and unprecedented federal power grab over state-administered elections under the guise of updating the Voting Rights Act of 1965. At the time, the extraordinary measures employed by the Voting Rights Act were important. However, thankfully, As the U.S. Supreme Court recognized in a 2013 decision, things have changed dramatically in the U.S. since 1965. In fact, elections in 2018 and 2020 saw record turnout among Americans from minority communities.
It's expired.
Madam Speaker, H.R. 4 must
The gentleman's
be
time
rejected
has
and ensure that the
expired.
federal takeover of our elections stops right here.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House, Ms. Pelosi.
The Speaker is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for the recognition and I acknowledge his tremendous leadership over time, including right now on the issue of voting rights in our country. Thank you for bringing this important legislation to the floor, to do so under the name of Congresswoman Terry Sewell, the author of the bill, who has been working on this for a long time, since the assault on the legislation, on these laws by the Supreme Court, and to Mr. Clyburn, a champion from the civil rights era to now, always fighting for all of this, and Zoe Lofgren, the chair of the House Administration Committee. So many people to acknowledge Mr. Butterfield for his work in establishing the constitutional record, as well as Marcia Fudge, now Secretary Fudge, for her work. So many people to build a constitutional basis to make it ironclad so that the Supreme Court of the United States cannot once again do violence as it did in Shelby County versus Holder and the most recent assault on Section 2. Madam Speaker, I think our colleagues will all agree that many wonderful honors are afforded us as members of Congress. I can think of none that is more poignant than being here today to be able to speak on an important issue named for John Lewis. It's almost a religious experience because of the sanctity of the vote, which is greatly at risk. Our colleagues have mentioned some of the assaults on voting that have taken place, and to undermine what we are, a democracy, where we talk about the preamble, where 230 years ago our founders gave us guidance in the words, "We the people," establishing a government in which the people, not a king, would shape their own destiny. Ever since, Americans have fought real on that promise for all citizens, while enshrining in the Constitution the 13th and 15th Amendments and the 19th Amendment, which we are celebrating this week, to expand voting rights to women and to passing landmark civil and voting rights protections, including the Voting Rights Act, right here in this very chamber. The Voting Rights Act was passed. President Lyndon Johnson spoke there in a beautiful speech, the We Shall Overcome speech, in which he called the VRA's passage, "The history of this country in large measure is a history of the expansion of what is right for all of our people." And we all know that the story of America is a story of ever-expanding freedoms. Yet today, that story and those rights are under threat from a targeted, brazen, and partisan campaign to deny Americans the ballot. This campaign is anti-democratic, it's dangerous, and it demands action. Today, the House will pass H.R. 4, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, to combat this anti-democratic tide. This bill restores the power of the Voting Rights Act, as President Johnson said, one of the most monumental laws in the entire history of American freedom. Any diminishment of the Voting Rights Act is a diminishment of our democracy. In America, the right to vote must never, ever be compromised. Again, I thank Representative Sewell, Mr. Butterfield, Marcia Fudge, Jerry Nadler, Zoe Lofgren, so many Mr. Clyburn, so many made this day possible. And let me pause to salute our beloved conscience of the Congress, the late John Lewis, whose words guide us. "The vote is precious," he said. "It is almost sacred, and it is the most powerful, nonviolent tool we have in a democracy." The previous speaker mentioned that he had been at the christening of the John Lewis ship We were all together in San Diego, and we were honored that the congressman was there with us. As he was saying those words, I was remembering that day. We were all very excited, the largest contingent of members of Congress to go to the christening of a ship, and I've been to several, so I know. And what it was reminding me of is when we had gone a couple years ago, 2019, to Ghana. John Lewis led us there. It was the 400th anniversary. You were there. You were there, Madam Speaker, Mr. Clyburn, so many others were there. We were there with John Lewis, and we went to the the door of no return, which now was the door of return as they were welcoming people back. I have on this bracelet that I got from the president of Ghana when we were there as a remembrance of that trip, and I have it on now because when John Lewis said then, and apropos of the christening of a ship, we may have all come to these countries, this country in different ships, but now we're all in the same boat. That's what John Lewis said. He said it in Ghana. He said it many times. We're all in the same boat. We all should have the right to vote, and that should not be diminished by anyone. It is unpatriotic to undermine the ability of people who have a right to vote to have access to the polls. As John knew, this precious pillar of our democracy is under attack from what is the worst voter suppression campaign in America since Jim Crow. Unleashed by the Danger Shelby versus Holder, as I mentioned, in 2013, and in 2021, state lawmakers have introduced over 400 suppression bills. I'm very honored today, Madam Speaker, that we have legislators from the state of Texas who are fighting the fight for voting rights for people in their district, in their states, and in our country. They are patriotic Americans. And let us hear applause for those Texans who have done so much. Much has been said about preclearance and thousands of discriminatory voting changes, but let us just say that in the Shelby decision, the dissent was written by Justice Ginsburg, and she noted in her dissent, the court's reasoning in Shelby was nonsensical. Throwing out preclearance when it had worked and has continued to work to stop discriminatory changes is like throwing away your umbrella in a rainstorm because you're not going to get wet. Sadly, the court has since continued that assault on the ballot. So H.R. 4, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, would be a remedy to this assault and to restore the preclearance provisions. I've said earlier today on the rule on this vote in 2006, we all came together in a bipartisan way to pass the Voting Rights Act. Nearly 400 votes in the House, unanimous in the Senate. We came together in the center of the Capitol, marched down the Capitol steps, celebrating that. The bill was signed by President George Bush proudly. He joined us in Selma, hosted by Congresswoman Sewell. He joined us and President Obama in Selma, and he came and spoke as the president who had signed the Voting Rights Act. As I said, more important, Mrs. Bush, Laura Bush, was there, so their hearts were in all of this. It was bipartisan. I wish it could be today. In our work to protect the ballot, let us recall John Lewis's final message published after his passing. Democracy is not a state, it is an act. With H.R. 4, his namesake, then Congress takes this action to build a future in which we all have equal, equitable access to the ballot and to our democracy. In memory of our beloved John, for whom this legislation is named, and in the interest of passing it and H.R. 1, of which he wrote the first 300 pages, let us honor our patriotic duty and make justice and equality there for everyone to vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives just applauded Texas legislators for not showing up to work, for not doing their job. I mean, the things we see today, it's truly amazing to me. I would ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from Louisiana be permitted to control our time, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman may control the time without objection.
Madam Speaker, I
The gentleman
reserve.
from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the founding of our country, our quest for a more perfect union has featured measures to expand it, not contract the right to vote. In 1965, activists, including a young John Lewis, put their lives on the line to pass the original Voting Rights Act. For decades, that law enjoyed broad bipartisan support. But in recent years, state legislatures have passed hundreds of laws to restrict voter access. In 2020, our system held. It held because voters turned out in overwhelming numbers. It held because election officials did their jobs faithfully, regardless of party. It held because brave officers of the U.S. Capitol and Metro Police defended our Constitution. But let's be clear, the assault on voting rights continues, inspired by corrupt and cynical efforts to hold power at all costs. We must do our job to protect and reinforce our democratic system against these new threats, because it won't hold indefinitely. I urge all Americans to hold the line, to protect and defend our democracy. I urge swift passage of the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act by the House and the Senate. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is, the gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve once more.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4 and its efforts to protect access to the ballot box and advance justice and democracy for all, including Latinos, which represent 77% of my district. We are all equal under the law and should be treated equally at the ballot box. Recent attempts by the GOP-led legislatures in states like my home state of Texas demonstrate how urgent it is to protect our democracy. These attempts could disenfranchise nearly 8 in every 10 of my constituents. Our country has one of the strongest democracies in the world, and it is simply un-American to disenfranchise voters. I urge my colleagues to pass H.R. 4, which would maintain elections free, fair, and accessible to all eligible voters. Let's make our democracy stronger. Si se puede. Yes, we can. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 4. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
1 minute to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Tenney.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I am strongly opposed to H.R. 4. When our founders created this self-governing constitutional republic, they vested the power to administer time, place, and manner of elections with our state legislatures. They knew the sacred right to vote would be better preserved by democratically elected, accountable state and local officials rather than unelected federal bureaucrats. This principle has endured for 2 centuries. However, this principle is now under attack here in the People's House. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle argue that democracy is somehow in peril, and yet their solution to this problem is to relinquish total control of our elections, again, to federal unelected bureaucrats, a complete opposite of democratic concepts. Bureaucrats with the power to prosecute based on political views and party affiliations. These are the same officials who were absent when now disgraced former Democrat Governor Cuomo unilaterally altered New York election laws last year in violation of New York's Constitution, which chaotically overstressed the system and compromised the guarantee of free, secure, and fair elections. I urge my colleagues to vote against this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBath.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. During the Civil Rights Movement, I was a child in the stroller at the March on Washington. And my father, who was the president of the Illinois branch of the NAACP for over 20 years, he raised me to always fight for what is right and what is just, to stand up for those who don't always have a voice. John Lewis embodied the spirit of justice, and he inspired so many to fight for voting rights. John did say, and I quote, "Freedom is not a state, it is an act," end quote. Freedom is the continuous action we all must take, and each generation must do its part to create an even more fair and more just society. Today, we do our part. We stand up for the right to vote. Freedoms this nation was founded upon, and freedoms which must long endure. I ask my colleagues today to join me in an act of fighting for freedom, fighting for democracy, and supporting the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. And I ask for unanimous consent to add to the record letters of support for this Advancement Act.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm going to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
The gentleman is recognized.
How pleased our friend would be that Nikema Williams is presiding, his successor. He was one of her mentors. And how proud you must be, Madam Speaker, to preside at this critical time in our history. I want to thank the gentlewoman from Selma, Alabama, Terry Sewell. I've been with Terry in her church, worshiped with her, prayed with John Lewis in her church, walked down the streets of her town and over a bridge called the Edmund Pettus Bridge. And unlike John Lewis, when we walked across it, there were Alabama troopers to protect us rather than prevent us from voting. I've heard a lot of discussion on the floor today about how there's no problem in America. People have full access. Too many people that I talk to throughout the country have told me that's not the case. Supreme Court passed a ruling and said, oh, everything was fine. And as soon as they did, as soon as they took this preclearance off, state after state after state enacted legislation to make it more difficult to vote. Like that. Justice Ginsburg made an analogy in Shelby that the Supreme Court was saying, oh, well, there's no problem left. She said it was like the man with the umbrella, who had the umbrella up, wasn't getting wet. It was raining, but he wasn't getting wet so he gave the umbrella away, said, it's okay now, I'm dry. And then immediately, of course, he got all wet. I am proud to join my sister, Terry Sewell, John's sister. John called me brother, and he called all of us brothers and sisters in this, the beloved community that he envisioned. That was King's vision, as John was his disciple. Today, we're honoring the legacy of an historic member of this House. In my view, I have served with two historic members of the Congress of the United States in the Senate and the House. There are a lot of famous, but two historic figures. One was John Lewis, and the other is Nancy Pelosi, the first woman speaker.
and, in my view, the most effective speaker with whom I've served in the 40 years that I've been here. John Lewis was my dear friend, and he was your dear friend. I called him the most Christ-like person I've ever seen. Our dear St. John, who preached us the gospel of getting into good trouble and creating a beloved community, the Gospel of John, Robert Lewis. He'd be proud of us today for bringing this bill to the floor. He worked hard on this bill. I can remember sitting, Jim Clyburn and I and John Lewis and others sitting in my whip's conference room working on voting rights legislation. So let us honor his memory today with strong support for its voting rights protections, for its reversal of the damage wrought by the 2013 Shelby-Holder ruling, and for its recognition that our democracy is imperfect if it is not open to all eligible to vote. In that ruling, Shelby versus Holder, the Supreme Court erred in its assessment of how necessary the Voting Rights Act's pre-clearance section was for protecting Americans' right to vote. You're not protecting America's right to vote if the relief that you can seek is after the fact, after the governor or the president or the senator or the House of Delegates or representative member has been elected. It's too late. That's why pre-clearance was so critically important to reform and to protection of voters' rights. In her powerful dissent, as I said, Justice Ginsburg pointed out that throwing out pre-clearance when it has worked and is continuing to work to stop discrimination changes is like that gentleman giving away his umbrella. Indeed, since 2013, we have seen a veritable downpour of discriminatory and exclusionary voter suppression measures. I hear people arguing, I've heard a Texan argue on this floor about how, it was so easy to vote in Texas. Yet we see them fighting for legislation which half of their body, or not quite half, unfortunately, but a big number of their body who represents minority citizens says, no, you're wrong. You ought to walk in our shoes and find that they are making it more difficult for me to vote. Since 2013, we've seen a veritable downpour, as I said. The John Lewis Voting Rights and Advancement Act, sponsored by Terry Sewell, would confront this tempest head-on. We have seen a campaign of voter suppression efforts in Republican-led jurisdictions that have changed their laws and voting rules to make it harder for eligible Americans to vote. Their leader, Donald Trump, says there was fraud, there was theft. The problem is the Republican judges to which they appealed said no. The problem is Attorney General Barr, who covered up almost everything that Donald Trump said, even he couldn't say that there was fraud. And so they justify these laws by somehow there's fraud out there, they're stealing our elections. That's baloney. It's the same kind of lie that Donald Trump continues to parrot. And if you say, like Liz Cheney did, he's lying, you're kicked out of your party. And over again, making it harder for eligible Americans to vote, disproportionately targeting African Americans. I'm not an African American. It's hard for me to walk in those shoes. I try to empathize, but I know if I'm not black, I can't really be as knowledgeable as I would be if I were black and I was every day subjected to discrimination, or if I were another person of color. They've reduced early voting opportunities that help working people cast ballots. They want to eliminate, they haven't in every place, mail balloting because they feel somehow if I don't see them, when they fill out that form and attest that they are who they are under penalties of perjury, that somehow. Now, I can understand from a party that in the last 7 elections, in the last quarter of a century, have elected a number of presidents, only one got a majority. Only one. But they won the Electoral College vote. That's why some Republicans said, are you crazy? You know, you confirm the Electoral College because it's what's protecting us against the majority. They purged voter rolls so the people who believed themselves to be registered because they had registered and voted in the past showed up to vote but were turned away. I sponsored the Help America Vote Act with a guy named Bob Ney, who was from Ohio and a Republican and a dear friend of mine. Unfortunately, he got in trouble. But he's a good man, still a good man. And we provided for provisional ballots, which simply said if you made a mistake and came to the wrong precinct, fill out the ballot. We're going to check it tomorrow or the next day, or make sure you're eligible to vote, and if you are, we'll count it. That made sense. Efforts to eliminate those. These are real and pressing challenges facing our elections and our democracy. Not imaginary fraud, but active and visibly voter suppression. We have a duty, my colleagues, Democratic and Republican colleagues, we have a duty, a responsibility, a moral responsibility to make sure that people can vote and that we facilitate their vote, not impede it, not make it more difficult. Facilitate it, encourage them, lift them up, and let them vote. And we owe it to John Lewis and the other heroes of Selma and of all the other small towns and byways and big cities and big states where people fought, demonstrated, were bruised, battered, beaten, and yes, some died, so that their brothers and sisters could have the vote. My colleagues, it falls to us now, today, to continue their march forward and to carry on their work. There are no Alabama troopers waiting on the other side. They're going to beat us or batter us or prevent us. We're not at risk. Whatever way we vote, we're going to walk out of there today, and we're going to be fine. But we have a moral responsibility to those who fought here and around the world to protect the vote, to protect democracy. I urge my colleagues, Madam Speaker, to join you, to join me, to join our fellow colleagues in voting for H.R. 4 and for the protection of voting rights in our country. H.R. 4, the people. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana.
Madam Speaker, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Say this inquiry.
My inquiry is, if it is appropriate to call the previous president as a liar, is it appropriate that we can refer to the current president as a liar also?
One personalities does not apply to former presidents.
The rules of decorum do not apply to past presidents?
Personalities does not apply to former presidents.
Understood. Thank you.
From Louisiana is recognized.
Is it appropriate on the floor of the House to tell the truth?
The gentleman is not stating a proper parliamentary inquiry. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Interesting, when President Trump was in office, that the name-calling in this place about him occurred often during president's time in office. So, in California, we currently have a special election about to be underway here. Just the other day, 300 mail-in ballots were found in the car of a guy passed out in a 7-Eleven parking lot. 300 ballots. And we don't think there's an issue sometimes with the way mail-in ballots are distributed. I get anecdotes all the time from folks like this current special election that, I've received 3 ballots for people that haven't lived in my apartment for a long time, or relatives that have long since passed away because they just mail them out willy-nilly everywhere. H.R. 4 is not about voting rights. It's about election control and manipulation. It's about political appointees at the Department of Justice overturning state legislative process and controlling from D.C. local election decisions. We know that Americans of the right age and legal status have the right to vote, and no one here is trying to take that away from them. It's voter suppression and hype is just a big lie. It's absurd what is trying to be perpetrated in this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, 8 years ago, the Supreme Court demolished the Voting Rights Act in the deluded, dangerous belief that we had somehow overcome white supremacy and no longer needed the greatest achievement of the civil rights movement. The next day, states began making it harder for Black and brown Americans to vote, initiating the biggest wave of racist voter suppression since Jim Crow. But today, we act to restore the Voting Rights Act. We also act to reverse the Supreme Court's recent assault on the right to vote by passing my bill with Representative Ruben Gallego, the Inclusive Elections Act, which is part of this package. Having said that, let us be clear-eyed about how we got here and the threat that remains. The John Lewis Voting Rights Act will not be safe so long as 6 far-right justices of the Supreme Court stand ready to destroy our democracy. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to just remind everybody, no matter what side of the bill you're on, there's a huge trust issue going on in America right now. People do not trust the system, and that's everyone's problem. If you think a centralized election bill to move the power to Washington, D.C., and put it in the hands of Congress and the courts is going to help, you're wrong. They don't trust us, and they don't trust the courts. A decentralized system is what has worked in America. So make sure that after you support this legislation, you go back and you meet with the town clerk that runs the elections, the county clerks, the parish clerks, the municipal clerks, and yes, the state legislatures. I notice the state legislatures are taking a real beating here today. Pre-clearance expansion. Is that a can of worms that this body really wants to open up? Printed ballots, photo ID. Now we're going to mandate polling places, election timelines, primary mechanics, who can be a poll worker. These are all things that are included in H.R. 4. I just want to make sure that the public's aware of that. We are now taking the power away from the people and placing it right here in Washington, D.C., in Congress and in the courts exclusively. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Butterfield.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Madam Speaker, for years I have said that the 1965 Voting Rights Act was written between Selma and Montgomery. The Voting Rights Act leveled the playing field and transformed Southern electoral politics. Since the Shelby decision, the right to vote and access to the ballot box are being compromised. The Subcommittee on Elections, which I chair, held 5 hearings. We called over 35 witnesses, produced a report detailing clear evidence of ongoing voter discrimination all across the country. Thank you, Chairman Nadler. Thank you, Chairman Cohen. Thank you, Ms. Sewell, for a good bill. The Voting Rights Act is as important today as ever. Passage of H.R. 4 will protect the right to vote and fully enforce the 15th Amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, to come to the correct conclusion, a law professor used to say, you've got to know the facts. And that's what the American people need here, the facts, not emotion. This bill would comprehensively transfer the power to govern elections in this country from the sovereign states to the federal government, permanently and everywhere. So what is the factual premise for so fundamentally concentrating power here in Washington and diminishing the states? What has happened to justify making pervasive and permanent what Chief Justice Roberts explained was a drastic departure from basic principles of freedom when it was necessarily undertaken in the 1960s temporarily and in limited parts of the country? Well, Democrats offer lurid claims, but the American people are catching on. Like earlier this year, Stacey Abrams claimed that a simple voter ID law would be Jim Crow 2.0, but once the absurdity of that caught up with her, she looked so ridiculous that she tried to deny ever having claimed it. Nothing epitomizes this better than the slur repeated in Rules Committee yesterday by my law school classmate and colleague, Congresswoman Ross. She quoted 3 ultra-liberal judges in the Fourth Circuit who said that when the North Carolina legislature enacted voter ID and other reforms in 2013, it, quote, targeted African Americans with almost surgical precision. Activists and media have quoted that phrase over 7,500 times, according to Google, but few know that the 3 judges who stated that finding of fact were appellate judges who were supposed to be bound by the trial judge's findings of fact, or that the trial judge found in a painstaking 400-page analysis that the legislature's bill was not discriminatory. So the 3 appellate judges abused their power. Few know how the 3 liberal appellate judges became the final word, that a Democrat state attorney general intentionally sabotaged the state's appeal to prevent an upcoming review by the Supreme Court. That AG abused his power. When the details are known, can I have 30 seconds?
Yield the gentleman another 30 seconds.
When the details are known, the absence of factual basis becomes plain. Nobody's getting wet. A University of Oregon economist showed just in February that the Shelby County decision to which this bill purports to respond has not impaired black voter turnout at all. There is no Jim Crow 2.0. This bill is about abuse of power. Democrats wish to entrench themselves in power and to use the federal government to obliterate the states in order to achieve it. You've got to know the facts.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. As Rhode Island's former Secretary of State, I know the importance of access to the ballot box. That's why I was devastated when the Supreme Court gutted one of our most momentous civil rights bills, opening the door to a new litany of voter suppression laws. Our dearly departed John Lewis was bloodied on the bridge at Selma while peacefully urging passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The scars he carried were not in vain, though, as decades of progress have shown us. But it is abundantly clear that we have not yet achieved equality of access, and there are forces at work in this country trying to undo what we have so painstakingly earned. That's why it is so important we pass this bill to restore the Voting Rights Act and ensure that every American, regardless of race, can have his or her voice heard in our democracy. Let's vote in favor of this bill and send a clear message that we want to protect every vote in America. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I am not sure what John Lewis, my Republican colleagues, are talking about when they say he was their friend and what he would have wanted. He helped write this bill. Let me just say that millions of black voters stood in lines across this country, including in my home state of Ohio. John Lewis, who risked his life as he crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge. I rise in strong support of H.R. 4, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act of 2021. On behalf of the Congressional Black Caucus, we say we step into history today as we tread the same path that 56 years ago, President Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act into law, calling it a day of triumph for freedom, as huge as any victory that has ever been won on any battlefield. So to all of my colleagues, I say, support this bill. Our power, our message, the Congressional Black Caucus.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Bordeaux.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Georgia was one of the first states in the country to pass a voter suppression bill after the 2020 general election. But SB 202 is just our state's latest attempt to disenfranchise minority communities. Georgia has a long history of undermining the right to vote, from the Jim Crow era to recent tactics like voter roll purges and exact match policies. It's time for Congress to fix what the Supreme Court broke in their 2013 ruling, which effectively gutted the Voting Rights Act. When I came to Congress, I vowed to support the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and I am proud to keep that commitment today. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4 and protect the sacred right to vote. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Bogg.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the gentleman yielding. Madam Speaker, we have weak leadership now and a crisis in Afghanistan. We have a crisis at our border because of weak leadership. We have an inflation crisis because of weak leadership. And we have a crime issue in our cities as a result of weak leadership. And now we debate pre-clearance requirements that are unnecessary and unconstitutional. We hear that they're necessary because of voter ID laws. It takes an identification to buy liquor in this country, to buy marijuana in this country, to drive a car in this country. To enter this building, it takes an identification. And yet it is such a burden that we need to have pre-clearance with the Department of Justice because of that heavy burden that is being placed on citizens. Pre-clearance from an administration that has screwed up Afghanistan, screwed up the border, screwed up inflation, and we're supposed to go to them and ask them for permission because voter ID is such a burden. If there weren't people streaming across this border that could potentially vote, we wouldn't be asking for voter ID laws across this country, but we are. You can't screw things up on the one hand and on the other hand try to require pre-clearance. It's wrong. I ask my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 4, critical legislation that confronts the crisis facing our democracy. In Florida, we witnessed the Republican legislature attempting to cling to power through voter suppression, taking special aim at black and brown voices. The blatantly anti-democratic legislation signed by Governor DeSantis this year makes voter registration harder, limits voting by mail, and curbs the use of secure ballot drop boxes. Similar suppression tactics took root across the nation, with at least 18 states making it harder to vote this year. To honor our dear friend and colleague, Congressman Lewis, we must stand up to this assault on our constitutional rights. This bill will stop those who want to shape the electorate to help them win elections because they can't win on their losing agenda. At this moment in history, bold action is necessary to protect the right to vote. After we pass this bill, we must ensure it moves through the Senate. Our very democracy depends on it. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gallego.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. It's because of the courage and sacrifice of civil rights leaders like Congressman John Lewis that we were able to pass the Voting Rights Act of 1960. And I were proud to add a provision to this bill today that bans discriminatory voting laws that harm voters of color. I strongly urge my colleagues to pass this bill and this provision with it, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman. Sorry? I'm sorry, reserve. We'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, 66 years ago this week, Emmett Till was brutally lynched by 2 white supremacists. When his body was returned to his mother, Mamie Till, in Chicago, she held an open casket funeral because, in her words, I wanted the world to see what they did to my baby. This was a galvanizing moment for the civil rights movement, but it was not the end of Mamie Till's Mobley's activism. She spent the rest of her life touring the country, speaking out about the injustice of her son's murder and the vital importance of eliminating racial discrimination, disenfranchisement, and segregation. She also spent 23 years teaching in the Chicago public school system, continuing to speak to students in the Chicago area as late as the year 2000. Today, we are witnessing the reemergence of the kinds of voting discrimination that she spoke out against. We must pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Bill for Mamie Till, for John Lewis, and for every hero who fought for civil rights.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recognize the gentleman from Illinois for the purposes of entering unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record a joint report from the Committee on House Administration and the Committee on Judiciary, Republicans, titled An Unprecedented and Unconstitutional Power Grab, How Democrats Are Abusing the Constitution to Nationalize Elections.
Without objection.
They are reserved, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Adams.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Congressman John Lewis earned his reputation as the conscience of this body because of his leadership during the long march of equal rights at the ballot box. John, along with so many people of conscience and courage, were arrested, beaten, bruised, and even murdered. The memory of being denied the right to vote still dwells in the minds of countless Americans. Many of those minds, like John, survived crushing blows to the skull to earn that right. John fought and bled for voting rights. He led the charge for voting rights. He should be honored by passing this bill drafted in his name. We had the one promise of one man, one vote since the birth of this country, and we can't backslide on this progress. The John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act will help us get to the promised land, where every person has the right to vote. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I again recognize the gentleman from Illinois for the purpose of entering a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman
Madam
is recognized.
Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit for the record the Census Bureau report detailing record turnout in 2020, also Election Integrity Network HR 4 fact sheet, and the Honest Election Project analysis, HR 4 legal and constitutional challenges, independent women's forum analysis, DC bureaucrats and judges will steal the pen in drawing voting districts, and also Foundation for Government Accountability Analysis, H.R. 4 isn't voting progress, it is a power grab.
Without objection. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and still I rise to announce that I will not only vote for H.R. 4, but I will also vote for those who are making it possible and who have made it possible for me to vote for H.R. 4. I will vote for Medgar Evers, who was assassinated trying to secure the right to vote. I will vote for Schwerner and Goodman, two Jews who died in Mississippi along with Goodman to secure the right to vote. I will vote for all of those who suffered on the Edmund Pettus Bridge on Bloody Sunday to secure the right to vote. I will do so because although it was signed in ink by a courageous president, it was written in blood. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I recognize the gentleman from Illinois for the purpose of entering another unanimous consent request, or a series of requests.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the following reports. An analysis of H.R. entitled How H.R. 4 Would Let Leftist Extremists Control the Entire Nation's Elections. The Lawyers' Democracy Fund, H.R. 4 Analysis. Real Clear Politics article, Jim Crow 2.0 is Imaginary. A letter opposing H.R. 4 from Independent Women's Forum and others. The Heritage Analysis, another bill in Congress to give partisan bureaucrats control over state election laws. And lastly, the Honest Elections Project Action Analysis, H.R. 4 Analysis, the Nancy Pelosi power grab.
And the gentleman reserves.
I reserve. Yes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Nadler. Thank you, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, Speaker Pelosi, Whip Clyburn, and so many members for their leadership in keeping our eyes on the prize. Now, the Supreme Court gutted critical protections of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Today, we are restoring that constitutional right that so many states are taking away from black and brown people, rural people, people of color, everyone. Sooner or later, it'll be all of us who will be subject to these Voter Restrictions Act. So make no mistake, these are efforts to turn the clock back to the days of Jim Crow. That's not something I'm imagining. Let me tell you, I vividly remember as one who was born and raised in El Paso, Texas. So I too salute our Texas legislators for their boldness in protecting the right to vote. H.R. 4 can restore these crucial protections that our beloved John Lewis and so many others fought for. John said, "The right to vote is precious, almost sacred. In honor of his legacy as a paragon of democracy, let us vote to pass the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act." Thank you again, and thank you, Congresswoman Terry Sewell, G.K. Butterfield, our Speaker, everyone who has brought this bill to the floor.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Lawrence.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, like in many states, Republicans in Michigan's legislature has introduced legislation to suppress the right to vote. Make no mistake about it, the fundamental right to vote in this country is under assault. That's why my dear friend John Lewis once said, it is the most powerful nonviolent tool, voting is the most powerful nonviolent tool we have in our democracy. Today we fight back. Today we have an opportunity to restore the power of the vote. I urge my colleagues to support the John Lewis Voting Rights Amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlelady is recognized.
One of the greatest honors and privileges of my life has been to serve with John Lewis, who I had the privilege of calling a precious friend. In August, 58 years ago, John Lewis, the young John Lewis, led a march to Washington with Martin Luther King. And on August 16th of 1965, the momentous Voting Rights Act was signed into law thanks to John Lewis. And today, on August 25th, 2021, we are here to vote for the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, a bill that he almost gave his life to pass all those years ago, will now be restored to power of the vote, right, and the right to vote in the new legislation named for our dear friend and the conscience of this Congress. And I yield back. Let's vote yes.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield a minute and a half to my dear friend from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady, and I thank my friend from Louisiana. Madam Speaker, COVID was the excuse to bail out blue states, poorly managed, and union pensions, poorly managed. Our current recession's been the excuse to pay people more to be on unemployment than to be at work, or to permanently expand these social welfare programs that were supposed to be temporary and targeted. The supposed climate crisis is the excuse for destroying our energy independence. And if you listen to my colleagues' comments today, you would think there was rampant voter suppression and a rise of racial discrimination in voting. That's not true. That is simply not true. And it's divisive, and I would suggest it is dangerous for our country. The real crisis, Madam Speaker, is America's confidence in the integrity of our elections, because elections are the backbone of our democracy. And so we need to make sure we do everything to ensure a free and fair process and an accurate outcome. That's the responsibility, according to the Constitution, of the states. We don't need federal government lawyers or the DOJ to be weaponized against states' efforts to make these reforms with respect to voter ID and mail-in ballot eligibility and other integrity reform measures. So, Madam Speaker, let's stick to the Constitution. Let's uphold it. Let's protect the state's right to secure and improve election integrity for our citizens and our electoral process in this great country. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Castor.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the past decades, when officials in Florida tried to restrict access to the ballot box, the Voting Rights Act provided protections for all Floridians to cast their vote. Maybe they limited hours of voting, or didn't provide timely notice to changes to polling places, or didn't provide clear ballot language. The Voting Rights Act was there. But unfortunately, the U.S. Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act, and after that, state officials moved to enact other discriminatory practices to keep certain people and people from color from casting ballots. It's wrong. So it's vitally important that the Congress adopt the John Lewis Voting Rights Act to make sure voting is fair, especially in places where voting discrimination has been historically prevalent. As John Lewis said, when you see something that is not right and not fair, you have to speak up, you have to say something, you have to do something, and that's what we're going to do today, Rep. Sewell. We're going to act to pass a reinvigorated Voting Rights Act, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
From New York reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, a foundational dependency of any democracy sustaining is its citizens having confidence in the outcome of its elections. Simply put, if people don't have faith in elections, democracy doesn't work. According to a recent Gallup poll, America's confidence in our elections has decreased by 20% since 2009. Ensuring that our elections are run in a way that makes it easy to vote and hard to cheat increases confidence. A common best practice to ensure election integrity are voter IDs, a way for people to prove they are who they say they are. For Democrats to equate this with the poll taxes of the early 20th century is a ludicrous false equivalency. According to the Honest Election Project, 77% of all Americans support voter ID requirements, including 75% of independents, 64% of African Americans, and 76% of low-income voters. Knowing that, what does the majority do? They include language in H.R. 4 that would restrict common sense voter ID requirements and require the judicial branch to consider voter ID laws as evidence of voter suppression and, by extension, racist. That doesn't restore faith in elections. H.R. 4 as introduced would require pre-approval by an unaccountable election czar in the Biden DOJ before any state or locality under pre-clearance could enact popular common sense voter ID laws. H.R. 4 goes even further, requiring almost a dozen states that have their existing voter ID laws examined by the Biden DOJ before they can continue to be enforced. These are the same election integrity laws that have been in place for years. This is a partisan power grab of maintaining control. Madam Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on Judiciary to consider my amendment to H.R. 4 to strike from the bill the provisions that penalize state and local governments who implement common sense voter ID requirements. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection. The gentleman from Louisiana reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 45 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Williams.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in the spirit of my predecessor, Congressman John Lewis. Congressman Lewis taught us that when you see something that is not fair, not just, not right, you have a moral obligation to find a way to get in the way. The voter suppression laws that have been enacted across the country and what is happening in my home state of Georgia is the very definition of the good trouble that John Lewis taught us to get into to push back against. We might not be counting jelly beans in a jar, but make no mistake, they seek the same purpose, to stop people who look like me from accessing their right to vote. We all have an opportunity to get in the way today by voting yes on the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. If my colleagues ever wondered what they would have done during the civil rights movement, this is your opportunity to find out. Our democracy is on the line. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we have one final speaker who will close for us. So I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Well, we'll close then, Madam Speaker. The American people can see clearly what is happening here. Democrats in the Congress are more focused on taking federal control over the election processes in Republican-led states than addressing the ongoing catastrophe that the Biden administration has created in Afghanistan and at our southern border with inflation, the ongoing pandemic. There are so many things that should be occupying our time, and yet they're using it for this. The cry of voter suppression is not only untrue, but as Mr. Arrington said so well here just a few moments ago, it is also divisive and dangerous. We need to speak truth, as Mr. Hoyer said a little while ago, and we are. We had 6 hearings in the Constitution Subcommittee since January on this. I'm the ranking Republican there. Not a scintilla of evidence presented to say that voters are being suppressed, that the election integrity laws that are being passed by the states pursuant to their constitutional authority are in any way inappropriate. To the contrary, they are expanding access to the ballot. As we've said so many times as I close, it has never been easier in America to vote. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Madam
The
Speaker,
gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield the balance of our time to the distinguished Majority Whip, Mr. Clyburn.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding me the time. I want to take this time to thank my colleagues in this august body for the civility that we have demonstrated here as we approach this final vote. I want to thank the Democrats, every single one of whom co-sponsored this legislation. And I'm hopeful that this can be a bipartisan result. Because I think that all of us know that our country has a history of voter suppression and voter denial. I think all of us are quite aware of recent efforts being made in many states, 49 having passed laws that are called restrictive by objective analysis that have been made. These laws are not needed. These laws are the very creative instruments that will be used, if not checked, to suppress the vote. We all heard a recent candidate, having lost an election, call upon election officials to just find me the number of votes that I need to win this election. If that's not voter suppression, I would like to know how we defined it. So I want to thank all of us for what we've done here today, and I hope that this result can be a bipartisan one, and I yield back.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 601, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Voting Rights Act of 1965 to revise the criteria for determining which states and political subdivisions are subject to Section 4 of the Act and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Rodney Davis of Illinois moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to commit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? No. The noes have it.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Is it on? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaullier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaullier will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes no on the motion to reconsider.
Purpose is the gentleman from New York seek recognition.
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Congressman Maloney will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington pursuant to House Resolution 80, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Harshbarger pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Harshbarger will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose is the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Yes, Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kano pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Kano will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting yea on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Ms. Stefanik of New York pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will be voting yea on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will be voting yes on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting yea on the motion to recommit.
I did not mean to. This is the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose? For what purpose is the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
Delaware. For what purpose is the gentlelady from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette of Colorado pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose? How do I turn this on? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Garbarino of New York, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garbarino will vote yea on the motion to recommit H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Good evening, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. David Scott of Georgia, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Scott will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Calvert of California, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote yes on the motion to recommit. And as a member designated by Mr. Nunes of California, pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nunes will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amodei, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Stevens of Michigan, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stevens will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek? For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson-Coleman, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson-Coleman will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote no on the motion to recommit. And finally, as the member designated by Mr. Paul Tonko pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Tonko will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fleischman of Tennessee pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Brownlee pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote yea on the motion to recommit, and as the member designated by Mr. Young of Alaska pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Washington seek recognition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Horsford pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Luetkemeyer pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Luetkemeyer will vote yes. And as the member designated by Mrs. Wagner pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Wagner will vote yes.
The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sanchez pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez will vote no on the motion to recommit. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Ms. Teresa Leger Fernandez pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Leger Fernandez will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Grijalva, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as a member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama pursuant to H. Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressman Napolitano will vote no on the motion to recommit. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Cardenas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Cardenas will also vote no on the motion to recommit.
Oh, man, it's going to be. It's going to.
10 a.m. to 2 a.m.
We were pretty short last year.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Vern Buchanan of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Michelle Steele of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Steele will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington State seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Marilyn Strickland of Washington State pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Representative Strickland will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House Mr. McNerney will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Chris Stewart, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart would vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Newman of Illinois pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Newman will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Barry Moore from the state of Alabama pursuant to House Resolution 8,
I inform the House that Mr. Moore will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote no on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
Thank you. New Hampshire? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Duncan of South Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Duncan will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. John Garamendi of California, pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I want to make a correction. For Mr. Duncan of South Carolina will vote yay on the motion to recommit. Okay, thank you.
New Jersey? For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Davids of Kansas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Davids will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Costa of California pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Costa will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Peter Meyer of Michigan pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Meyer will vote yay on the motion to recommit H.R. 4. As the member designated by Representative John Curtis pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis of Utah will vote yay on motion to recommit H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Henry Cuellar pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Emmer of the state of Minnesota pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Emmer will vote yay on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart of the state of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote yay on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of the state of South Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yay on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of the state of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yay on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Ms. Salazar of the state of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Texas. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nails of Texas and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nails will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Norma Torres pursuant to House Resolution 8, inform the House that Congressmember Norma Torres will vote no on the motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vargas will vote no on the motion to recommit. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Raul Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Ruiz will also vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Tom Reed of New York pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to H-Res 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Presley pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Presley will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as a member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise as the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 8 to inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin pursuant to House Resolution 8, I announce that Mr. Pocan will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Ms. Berrigan pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Berrigan will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Gomez of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gomez will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Virginia. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Trone will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Nevada, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Kind will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Velasquez votes no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Ms. Kelly, Robin Kelly of Illinois, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly votes no on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the ayes are 212, the nays are 218. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. That's good. Okay. For what purpose is the...
Designated by Ms. Escobar of Texas pursuant to S. Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Escobar will vote yes on H.R. 4. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Designated by Mr. Young of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Young will vote nay on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Mr. Katko of New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Katko will vote nay on H.R. 4.
Gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Stevens of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stevens will vote aye on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mullen of Oklahoma pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mullen will vote no on H.R. 4. Thank you,
For
Madam
what
Speaker.
purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes yes on final passage.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of the state of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote nay on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Ms. Salazar of the state of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Salazar will vote nay on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Mr. Timmons of the state of South Carolina, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Mr. Diaz-Balart of the state of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Diaz-Balart will vote nay on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Mr. Emmer of the state of Minnesota pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Emmer will vote nay on H.R. 4. Thank you.
Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote no on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fleischman of Tennessee pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote no on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Kind of Wisconsin, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Kind will vote yes on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote yes on H.R. 4. And as the member designated by Mr. Trone of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Trone will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Garbarino of New York pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform that Mr. Garbarino will vote no on the passage of H.R. 4.
Okay. Washington? For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Horsford pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Horsford will vote yes on H.R. 4.
Break. All right. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mrs. Wagner pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mrs. Wagner will vote nay on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Mr. Luetkemeyer pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Luetkemeyer will vote nay on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 4. And as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Nails of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nails will vote no on H.R. 4.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 4. And as a member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Amodei pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amodei will vote no on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSallier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSallier will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Harshbarger of Tennessee pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Harshbarger will vote nay on H.R. 4. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Welsh of Vermont, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Welsh will vote yes on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Good evening, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. David Scott of Georgia pursuant to House Resolution 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Scott will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Adderholt of Alabama pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Adderholt will vote no on H.R. 4.
Am I going? What purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Calvert of California pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote no on H.R. 4. And as a member designated by Mr. Nunes of California pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Nunes will also vote no on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 4.
What did you say? For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Barry Moore of Alabama pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moore will vote nay on House Resolution 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sanchez pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sanchez votes aye on H.R. 4. Ledger Fernandez pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes aye on H.R. 4. And as a member designated by Ms. Robel Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Robel Allard will vote aye on H.R. 4.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Duncan of South Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Duncan will vote nay on H.R. 4.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Henry Cuellar pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cuellar will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Michelle Steele of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Steele will vote no on H.R. 4.
What purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Strickland of Washington State pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 4.
Purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Vern Buchanan of Florida pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be voting nay on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative McMorris Rogers pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative McMorris Rogers will vote no on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Ms. Brownlee pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote yes on H.R. 4.
Did they hear that? What purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts again seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Brownlee pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Brownlee will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Chris Stewart of Utah pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart will vote nay on H.R. 4.
Does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Connor pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Connor will vote yes on H.R. 4. What purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Peter Meyer of Michigan pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Meyer will vote nay on H.R. 4. As a member designated by Representative John Curtis of Utah, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Curtis will vote nay on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Congresswoman Grace Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congresswoman Meng will vote yea on H.R. 4. The member designated by Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Maloney will vote yea on H.R. 4.
Purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez of New York pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Velasquez will vote yes on H.R. 4. as the member designated by Ms. Robin Kelly of Illinois pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kelly will vote yes on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Congresswoman Chairwoman Nydia Velasquez of New York pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Velasquez will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Granger of Texas pursuant to Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Granger will vote nay on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Blumenauer pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose, gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler of Washington pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote nay on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Newman of Illinois pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Newman will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Stefanik of New York pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Stefanik will vote no on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Mr. Hagedorn of Minnesota pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hagedorn will be voting no on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Mr. Reschenthaler of Pennsylvania pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reschenthaler will be voting no on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will be voting no on H.R. 4. Purpose of the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. DeGette pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I will inform the House that Ms. DeGette will vote yes on H.R. 4.
What purpose of the gentleman from Texas seeks recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Tom Reed of New York pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Reed will be a nay on H.R. 4. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose of the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Garamendi of California pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Garamendi will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Davids pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Davids will vote yes on H.R. 4.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 4. And as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H.R. 4. And as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series pursuant to H.Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Series will vote yes on H.R. 4. And as the member designated by Mr. Paul Tonko pursuant to H.Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Tonko will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Presley pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Presley will vote yes on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Maloney will vote yes on H.R. 4.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Pocan of Wisconsin pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Pocan will vote aye on H.R. 4. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal of Washington pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal votes aye on House Resolution 4. As the member designated by Ms. Berrigan of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Berrigan will vote aye on H.R. 4. And as the member designated by Mr. Gomez of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gomez votes aye on H.R. 4.
And California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 4. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Vargas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Vargas will vote yes on H.R. 4. Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Cardenas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Congressmember Cardenas will vote yes on H.R. 4. Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Raul Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Raul Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 4. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Norma Torres pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform this House that Congressmember Torres will vote yes on H.R. 4.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 212. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
By direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 602, resolution electing a member to certain standing committees of the House of Representatives. Resolved that the following named member be and is hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives: Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, Mr. Ellzey; Committee on Veterans Affairs, Mr. Ellzey;
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committees on Ways and Means and Budget be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 5085 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5085, a bill to amend Section 1113 of the Social Security Act to provide authority for increased payments for temporary assistance to United States citizens returned from foreign countries and for other purposes.
Is there objection to the consideration of the bill? Without objection, the bill is engrossed, read a third time, and passed, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek to speak out of order for 1 minute and ask that my remarks be allowed to be revised within 5 days.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, on behalf of Congressman Crow and Congressman Neguse and myself, I rise today to recognize and honor Richard Dick Lamb, former governor of Colorado from 1975 to 1987. Governor Lamb was a tremendous leader and public servant for our great state of Colorado. He passed away on July 29, 2021. As a three-term governor, he was one of the longest-serving governors in Colorado history. Governor Lamb was born in Wisconsin and moved to Denver in 1962. He served as a state representative from 1966 to 1974, where he rose to the position of assistant minority leader. During that time, he sponsored and helped pass several pieces of noteworthy legislation, including the nation's first abortion law in 1967, ensuring women the access to critical health care, including abortion services in cases of rape or incest. In 1987, he began his first term as Colorado governor and went on to serve for 12 years, earning support from people across the state with his no-nonsense attitude and strong commitment to equality, education, and the environment. Before holding office, Governor Lamb served as a first lieutenant in the United States Army and worked as an attorney and a certified public accountant. After leaving office, he coordinated and co-directed the University of Denver's Institute for Public Policy Studies. Above all else, Dick Lamb was a devoted husband and loving father. He stayed active in politics and kept up with Colorado news until his death. While Colorado has been blessed with many great leaders throughout its history, few rise to the caliber and reputation of Dick Lamb. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, you have squandered the inheritance of a generation today. You have governed with abandon and exchanged financial assurance for instant gratification. Today, you didn't pass a budget plan. You passed a death wish for America. It is easy for you to sit up there and authorize $68 trillion over the next 10 years because you will never have to shoulder the financial burden of your actions. Your roadmap for our future is a highway to hell. You have exchanged the American dream for a socialist nightmare. To the American people, you have been lied to. Your taxes will be raised because of the actions of Democrats today. I shudder to think of what our country, our city on a hill, our beacon of freedom will look like in a generation when we have delivered a nation devoid of treasure to our children. We will give account one day for our actions in this Congress. If we hand over a bankrupt legacy to our children, your actions today will be indicted and you will be without excuse. Madam Speaker, you were walking around with my generation's checkbook, and we want it back. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
The American people have spoken, Madam Speaker. It's time to build back better. Today's historic vote shows that President Biden and the Democratic Congress are united, and we are keeping our promises to the American people who put us in office. Today, we move forward on the bipartisan infrastructure package to rebuild our nation. Today, we move forward on the Build Back Better reconciliation bill to invest in American families. And today, we move forward on restoring the Voting Rights Act to protect our democracy. And it's not a moment too soon. Florida's 9th Congressional District is the fastest growing district in the nation. 40% growth as I represent 955,000 constituents. Whether it's Central Florida or across the nation, it's time to upgrade America's roads, bridges, ports, airports, rural broadband, clean water, resilient and renewable energy. It's time to make child care costs and workforce education more affordable. It's time to help our seniors, middle-class tax cuts, combat climate change, and build back better.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor of Mike DeMichael of my hometown of Taylorville, Illinois, who passed away on August 17th. At the age of 69. Mike was a true lover of sports, especially when it came to coaching. He began as the coach of the 7th grade Terriers basketball team. His coaching career lasted over 20 years, taking teams to the state tournament on 4 occasions. He loved the game, but his true passion was caring for the kids he coached throughout the years. Mike gave back to our community in many ways. He was a member of St. Mary's Catholic Church, the Knights of Columbus, and the Moose Lodge. He was a founding member of the Sertoma Club, the Taylorville Public Schools Foundation, and the Lakeshore Golf Course Improvement Committee. He was also a member of the Taylorville Junior High Terriers Sports Boosters, the High School Band Boosters, and the Tornado Open. His passing is a loss for our Taylorville community and everyone that had the pleasure of knowing him. Shannon and I send our thoughts and prayers to his wife Karen, his children Brent and Susie, his grandchildren Hudson, Hayden, Peyton, and Braden, his brother Tony, his sister Patricia, and the rest of his family. Mike, may you rest in peace, my friend. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek...
Address the House for 1 minute.
Seek recognition.
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
We got a couple of calls at the office today we got numerous, but 2 veterans of fighting in Afghanistan wept in their calls about the sacrifices that they made, the friends they lost fighting in Afghanistan. And the Afghan people, I've been meeting with Northern Alliance leaders for a decade or so. They've asked, not that we stayed forever, we couldn't do that. They didn't want us to do that, but they said, whatever you do, leave us in a position to fight the Taliban when you're gone, because if you don't, they'll kill every one of us that fought for you and with you, and then there'll be nobody to fight them after you are hit worse than you were on 9/11. This is an atrocity. Let's leave the Northern Alliance the weapons that the Taliban should never have, and let's get the Americans out. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Wanda Riddle of Irving, Texas, who passed on August 5th, 2021. She was a great friend and faithful supporter of our community for over 35 years. Wanda was known as Mayor of South Irving and had a heart for public service. We've been fortunate to hear stories from her family over the past few weeks, which painted a picture of her life. Wanda and her late husband Jim started a family, raised their sons Rick, Ron, and Rod in Irving. They left a lasting impact on the community through the Jim and Wanda Riddle Memorial Scholarship, which is set to award a student athlete from Nimitz High School a $1,000 scholarship annually. Wanda's passing is a great loss for Irving and everyone who had the pleasure of knowing her. Our community would not be the same without Wanda's guidance, friendship, and support. May God continue to bless the community and the Riddle family at this difficult time. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember and honor Frank Peoples of Savannah, Georgia, who passed away on August 18th at the age of 93. Frank's accomplishments in life are nothing less than remarkable. He graduated from the Georgia Institute of Technology and earned a degree in industrial engineering. Under the leadership of Coach Bobby Dodd, Frank made history as the first sophomore to become head manager of the football team. He was inducted into Georgia Tech School of Engineering Hall of Fame and the Athletic Hall of Fame for his remarkable achievements. Following graduation, he served his country in the Korean War in the United States Army. After the war, Frank achieved a global reputation as an entrepreneur, inventor, and businessman. Frank's pride in his service to his country and community is remarkable, and I'm honored to recognize him today. My thoughts and prayers are with his family, friends, and all who knew him during this most difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with pride and in support of tonight's passage of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. As we know, the right to vote is fundamental to our nation. That's why we should be doing everything possible, not to make it more difficult to vote, but to enhance voting rights. H.R. 4 does that by modifying the Voting Rights Act to restore and strengthen its anti-discrimination enforcement authorities. Now, in my district, prior to the Shelby decision, we had a voting rights county. But clearly, the threats to our ability to vote are not limited to my district, as this year alone, 18 states across our country have passed 30 laws making it harder to vote. That's why I voted for this bill. That's why John Lewis served and sacrificed, and that's why he crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge in 1965 and in 2020, when I was honored to cross it with him hand in hand. Tonight, we not only upheld the legacy of John Lewis, but by passing H.R. 4, we were able to eventually provide citizens with more opportunity to vote in our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I look to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize an American helping our Afghan allies. The situation unfolding in Afghanistan is dire, but in the midst of crisis, there was always light to be found. In Oklahoma's 5th Congressional District, that light is Allison Renault. She took matters into her own hands to help 10 members of an Afghan girls' robotics team escape. Renault, who has 9 daughters of her own, met the girls at a 2019 robotics competition. As the Taliban took over the country, she could not stop thinking about their safety. Renault reached out to a friend who worked in the U.S. Embassy in Qatar. They completed the necessary paperwork, the government of Qatar sent a plane, and the girls were flown to safety. It is women like Allison Renault who remind us that there is always a light in the dark, even if it shines from one lone candle. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to simply tell my team thank you for the work that they've been putting in the last several weeks. The individuals that work in our Washington, D.C. and our Ogden, Utah district office are truly the unsung heroes in our world. I often get the credit with my name on a bill or my name on the interview, but the work that they've been doing to help our American citizens in Afghanistan and our partners is unprecedented. All summer we've been dealing with State Department backlogs to get people their passports so they can go to Costa Rica or something like that, and been doing a very good job at that. And it all turned very real as we've been working around the clock and taking an enormous amount of stress and anguish to do our part. And I hope that the First District of Utah knows that our team is working to do everything we can to help out those families that are directly affected by this. Our thoughts and prayers are going to a better outcome as we come out of this, and I yield back. Thank you.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Friday, August 27th, 2021.